showed up like 3 hours after after I invited everybody. And it was just really funny because there ended up being this like total like crossover where all of the tea people came and were like on their way out as the rest of the party was starting.
That sounds about right. Yeah, that's an interesting observation that you've made. I haven't made that observation directly, but indirectly, um, I don't know. I mean, I think it could be a factor of like people that identify as like a festival goer or, attend festivals often are like open to not even just open, but like actively curious and actively pursuing new experiences, especially like cultural and art experiences. So maybe that's why. And like, not to say that people that are fully assimilated into the tea culture are not the same way, but I think there could be the potential of limited scope of like what type of experiences they want to experience or which type of experiences they would validate as like an authentic cultural experience. There might be some judgment that the party scene or music festivals are not an authentic culture, that they're just immature or, too Americanized. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying, and like the these aren't real tea people because they don't know what HA is, kind of thing.
I see.
And
Yeah.
it's like, well, this is how a lot of it comes down to kind of like, what do you value out of tea? And it's like, for some people, people are really, number one, they're interested in kind of like the plant and the energetic properties and the really like kind of geeking out about the about tea. And then the other side is really about like the community building aspects.
Mm-hmm.
And there's so much room for crossover between them, but like from a personality standpoint, it's hard.
There is a tea friend of mine, not close tea friend, but a tea friend that I've met through the internet, which had some like crossover of like flow arts, um, electronic music. And so when I met this person in person, in real life, I just assumed that they were like a festival goer, which they said yes, that they had gone to music festivals in the past, but that they had retired from that part of their life, that they were somehow like above that, or like they weren't a festival goer anymore, even though they still practice flow arts and things like that. But like super into tea and super identified as being like a leader and a community builder within the tea culture. So that's actually where I got that kind of idea from. Is like um, maybe there's some like perceived immaturity of like the music festival scene.
Oh, definitely.
Mm-hmm. But the funniest thing about this person is that like when I had this conversation with them, they were like 23 years old and already retired from the music festival scene. I was like, I didn't even go to my first music festival until I was like 27.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
But it's understandable. I think we just have to have patience with it. If someone ever does like look down on music festivals, it's okay. More for us.
Pretty much.
More carnival rides for us. Daniel, have you gone to any music festivals?
Uh, phew, not in a long time. Um, I wanted to go to. There's always these great jazz festivals in Montreal, right?
That's a
And
killer
then
festival.
yeah, and there's multiple music festivals that happen in Montreal. And this was the past few years were probably like the days like my sister was coming up from college and she was like, all right, let's go. And then, the world ended. So I haven't really had the opportunity, which is part of why I'm living here, was to at least expose myself to more opportunities like that. But nope, it's on the list though.
Cool.
As soon as it's safe.
Music festivals are starting to get reactivated here
Yeah.
um, in the U.S., which is kind of interesting. Actually, our downtown event center, they had an event last weekend with 9,000 people in a
Oh,
pretty
it gives me
small venue.
anxiety.
Pretty
There's so
small
many
venue.
people.
It was pretty
I
packed.
know. Uh,
9,000 people. Um,
so many people.
Hey, Don is hanging out with us, and Don says that music festivals are not his thing, but Don identifies as being a tea person. So, Don, would you like to share a little insight of why you think that might be, or you're also welcome not to share if you just wanted to put it out there that it's not your thing. That's cool. But yeah, Sam was just identifying that like integration of tea culture into the music festival scene has been really fast and really easy, but like getting tea peeps into the festival scene has not been. Although I took Eric to his first music festival. That was a big deal.
Nice.
Um, he didn't like it, but it was a big step for him. I don't think he'd had even gone to a music concert before. So like he went all the way in with the music festival. We got like this awesome photo of him. Oh, I just got it tattooed in my mind. This image. Run the Jewels was playing. This festival
Okay.
was
Cool.
weird. This festival was so weird. It had like the weirdest mix of music. Like the only reason why I wanted to go was because like I think Bob Moses, Weezer, and there was one other
What?
band.
Bob Moses and Weezer were playing together?
Yeah, and Run the Jewels.
Oh my gosh. This is
And then some
okay.
like poppy female artists as well. It was like a really weird collection, and it was in Kansas City, so that was also a strange thing. But I found tickets for like $15. I was like, come on, we all go. I took everybody, our whole little crew, and Run the Jewels was playing, and we were like sitting out on this like grassy lawn, this like amphitheater going up, and like they have all these like strobe lights playing, and like Eric is just like just sitting like pissed off. He's got like sunglasses on, and like the lights are just like reflecting all over his face, and he's just like just still, like no emotion going on. um and he was like, why do people want to do this? Like, what are we doing right now? And I was like, I know this music is not not the best for your first music festival experience, but Weezer was fun. They were a lot of fun. They're a cool band. I mean, they've definitely been doing it for a long time, so super experienced. But then I went to go visit in St. Louis, and Eric was like, oh, we should go see. There was like a show he wanted to see that was the okay, I'm gonna mispronounce their name. It's the like Mongolian heavy metal band.
Who?
Okay.
Oh.
The Her? Is that how you pronounce it?
Who?
It's not the Who. Like that's
The
all I
Who?
know. It's spelled HU, but it's like the Her. I don't know.
Yeah,
like-
it's the Mongolian word for human.
Okay. And that was an incredible show. That was so cool. And it was Eric's idea to go to that show. It was awesome. That was like a loud show, and it was like indoors. It is heavy metal music, but like they play like traditional instruments and they do like the throat singing, so it's really cool.
Yeah, most of their instruments are all Mongolian inspired. So they have the bow harp with the horse heads, and they have the main guitarist has the bow and arrow guitar.
Very cool. He's just point. Hi, Nat.
Hey, how's it going?
You're good.
You guys talk about Mongolian death metal?
Yeah. Do you know about this band?
Yeah. What's it called?
The
I think I
Her.
listened to.
I think.
What is it?
You might know him as the Who.
The Who? I don't know. Say I googled them on YouTube, or I heard somebody talking about Mongolian death metal one time.
Yeah.
So I decided to give it a goog and looked it up on YouTube, and now it's my pre-workout sound music.
Oh, sweet. So cool.
And so it really gets you pumped.
Yeah, it is. They've got one song that the lyrics sound like they're saying cha, but I think they're saying something else. But it sounds like cha, and it's like cha, cha, cha. Like really gets you pumped up to drink some tea.
Yeah, so I'm a big fan of the throat singing, and it just gets me pumped. Just, whoa. I'm not very good, but I practice when I'm alone in the shower and whatnot.
Oh yeah, Nick. Hey, welcome, Nick. We'd love to see you. Nick said he's gonna hang out with us a little bit.
Okay.
Jeremy, that's a fantastic beard, by the way. I'm jealous.
Thanks.
This is about as long as mine gets.
I'm trying to create a tic-tac-toe board for it. I figure that's the best use of the pipe cleaners.
Well, and I really like it because your beard matches my hair, so. I mean.
That's a cool look. I like that. Have you had that hair the coloring like that your whole life?
Right here?
Yeah.
No, this is fairly recent. I got my first gray hair when I was 16.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of grown over the years. So.
Cool. It looks nice. It's a distinguishing look.
Yeah. And so it gets me compliments all the time.
Awesome.
Yeah. It's like I would never have let this beard grow out because like my hair is just black with no gray. I'd never have let this grow out if it was solid black. It wouldn't look right.
Jeremy, it looks like you're doing construction on your beard right now. Like you've got the scaffolding system going on so that your workers can safely.
No. No, I want everybody to be able to play tic-tac-toe.
But that's an advanced version, though. How many grids do you have?
One too many.
That's a 3x3.
Yeah, it's a 3x3.
Oh.
Okay, I see.
I thought there was another grid on the bottom.
Yeah,
3x3. This doesn't count.
Okay, that's cool.
Hi, Lizzie.
There is, but
Hi, Lizzie.
That's a structural.
Hi, Jeremy. Can you hear me?
Hey.
What are you doing?
Yeah, I can hear. I can see you.
Wait, are you Jeremy's friend?
I'm Jeremy's sister. I'm the one that was the instructor.
Yeah.
Yay!
I can finally log on. I'm looking at your beard.
Have you ever seen Jeremy's beard art?
He sent me pictures. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So the Christmas one was crazy. The best. This is so cool.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it is cool. Thank you for coming, Lizzie. It's a great blessing to have you.
I was a little nervous coming in here. Last time I came into the tea house, there was just a couple people in here, but they weren't speaking English, and I was just like, "Yay!"
Oh,
Really? That's cool.
Yeah. So I was like, "Oh, hey, how's it going?" And then I walked away.
Do you know what language they were speaking?
It sounded like French or something. I'm not sure.
Huh.
They kind of just looked at me, and then I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna go to welcome."
Well, we speak English around here. I don't know French.
Nope.
Which one of the little people are dancing? Who's dancing? How do you dance?
You click on your little
I couldn't find it on the couch.
Oh, what? There's fire now?
Yeah.
Who got fire?
I got fire.
Yeah,
How
I
did
saw
you
that
get fired?
earlier. I was wondering how that happened.
You gotta go on a quest.
Oh, did you get fire by going on the quest through Olympia?
Yeah. Well, through what is it? Quest for Greatness. Yeah.
Cool. I'll have to go do that.
That's cool. So they're starting to gamify it. That's cool. Because you were talking about that, how you could like acquire new accessories and such.
Yeah.
Say last week I played D&D in Topia, so.
That's cool. Do you regularly play D&D?
Kind of. I'm trying to.
Yeah,
It's just
okay.
hard.
He's gone.
It's hard to
My brother
find.
was right there.
The great thing about Topia is I found a group of people.
Look at right here.
We just
I don't know. There's like all these. But my brother left. Oh, they
be
can
back.
hear us. Oh, sorry. Hang on. This is my first time on this.
What is that?
If you click on the microphone on your video, it'll mute yourself.
Yeah. If you yeah, there you go. Sweet.
so yeah. The only trouble is we're having trouble is finding a DM to play D&D.
Ah.
You need one of those.
Yeah.
Or it helps at least.
Yeah. It definitely helps.
I believe that Daniel,
solid
our friend
view.
Daniel here,
Hey,
found
Jeremy.
us-
You guys look alike.
Hey,
Jeffrey's
that's
weird.
Where is he live?
Daniel found his way into this space through D&D.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
Yep. Yep. One of the teahouse regulars, Kayla. We played D&D, completely unrelated, and she said, "Come to tea time." And I said, "Okay." And so now here I am, hanging out. And then I got really into it, and then I actually started being a DM.
Or you,
So-
Oh, really?
You're a DM now. Cool.
Yeah, in training. I've only done 2 or 3 sessions with like my brother, my sister-in-law, a friend from college, and a coworker. But it was I think a good time. I'm gonna have to go harder on them because they're dealing with situations a little easier than I thought they would. So I want to make them suffer a little bit more. So I'll have to mix things up a little. But yeah, no, it's fun. It's a lot of fun.
Are there like DM for hire networks?
I'm sure there are. I think DMs are more in demand than they are for hire. I think the way that the supply, there are more players than DM, just
Yeah.
like significantly more players than there are DMs. But
That's why I'm thinking that there could be,
Sure.
a space for players and groups to connect with.
yeah,
Maybe.
I think Reddit is pretty good for that kind of thing. But I haven't.
Well, I'm forming a group every Thursday in
Yeah.
topia.io/Sabaro.
And you're looking for players?
Yeah, let's say I have a few players. We could use some more, and we could definitely use a DM.
Can't see you.
Cool. So yeah, anybody looking to get into it? Maybe I should get into it. I've never played
It's
it.
easier. It was easier than I thought to get started, but it still did require a good amount of work. I would say if
DM?
anybody is, to DM. I would say if anybody's interested in being a DM, DM's Guild, the website is where I found a huge amount of resources for DMs, so that they don't like a lot of pre-built modules, pre-built adventures, things that literally say, "This is the scenario. This is what you do if your players want to do this. This is what you do if your players want to do that. This is what happens when I walk over here," and like really like guides them through. I'll post it in the thing somewhere.
Definitely. So the DM I used to have could have used that because he
Yeah.
didn't understand the concept of plot armor.
Sent you a message, Matt, and I'll send it to Elise too. Might as well.
Awesome.
Anybody else? Does anybody else want this link to this website?
Sure.
Okay, I'll send it to Sam.
And
But I
so
found
he just-
I found a free adventure on here, and I modified it, and then I'm running it with my family and friends. Pretty good.
Nice.
Yeah, Matt, maybe you should step up and do it.
I know, but it's more. I think it's more. I just have so much fun being a player.
Yeah, it is fun being a player. I'm a player in one game and a DM in another game, and that's like my whole. I can't handle anymore, but it's fun. It is.
So especially if you get on a good campaign.
You get a good group of people. Yeah.
Yeah. It gets real fun. It gets real funny. Good times.
I've always found that it's best to be a little sadistic if you're a DM.
Yep. What, you expected me to hesitate? No, it's absolutely true.
I, as a DM, have had many TKOs for parties.
Yeah.
And have felt no pity when they had to all re-roll new characters.
Yep.
Well, I mean, at least let me get up to higher than level 1.
Oh.
Like
Level
at
30
least let my
characters
druid get wild shape.
Level 30 characters wanted to go in and go against a red dragon. I'm just like, there are several signs outside of the cave that indicate that there are either bodies or indications that you will be bodies if you go in there. No, we got this. We got this. You know, the dice are on our side. The dice are not on your side. And the many bodies lying around indicate that the dice were on their side temporarily before they became flambéed.
Yikes.
Oh, we got this. Turned out they didn't got this.
They didn't got this.
Oh. I have made so many modules over the years.
Oh, good.
And every time I make a module, I have a straight line path that they can go in, and the players are like, so went that way.
They always want to deviate. It's really annoying.
I enjoy a party that wants to deviate.
Yeah, no, I'm using annoying as a term of endearment, right? It's
I had a barbarian go running down a hill trying to attack an enemy with total surprise. So he gets halfway down the hill and whiffs a roll and gets a 1. So critical failure, critical failure, critical failure. So I'm sitting there and just with the biggest grin on my face. So as you're running, your sword falls out of your hand, lands in a gopher hole, blade up, and you find it on the downhill.
Oh man, you're a harsh DM.
Check the damage. Oh, critically failed. Being able to avoid that. So here's a new piece of paper. You're going to need to fill it out. This will be your character. We'll find you later on the adventure.
I did find a loophole to that though. I just kept keeping the same character, and it just he had some sort of thing where he just gets reincarnated like Kenny from South Park.
Oh my gosh. He just shows up with a glasses and a mustache and like, hello, I'm.
When I was still in the military, my wife and I would play a late night campaign. So I'd work all day, and she and I would go roll bones at like 10 o'clock to about 2 in the morning. I get up and I do it all over again. And so the GM was trying his best to keep us on the pathway the thing that he originated. And so every time the bad guy would come along, something terrible would happen to the bad guy. And so finally, bad guy is giving his evil monologue and trying to let us know how doomed we are and how there is no escape from where we were at. And my wife said, like, bored now. Can I kill him while he's talking? The DM's like, you know, this is a boss level character. You got. Let's see here.
You may try.
What does the 20 mean? That's a crit. You can re-roll the crit to see what you do. Damn. Oh, that's another 20. So the guy is monologuing, and all of a sudden there is a hole inside the middle of the chest.
Oh God.
And so my wife's like, so can we loot him now, or do we have to wait? This is supposed to be like a 3-night campaign to fight him, when him down. She's just like,
oh yeah.
He's talking. He's busy. I don't want to interrupt, but I have this weapon, and he's right there.
My the module that I first ran was it was a 2 to 3 hour adventure for level 1 characters. It was like very, very basic, very because my sister-in-law has never played before, and it was supposed to be like, you know, like, oh, we can probably do this in one sitting, and I was down to let it go on as long as they wanted to go, and they started getting into an argument about whether or not the local town had good pancakes, and for some reason they had an argument about this tavern's pancakes, which I made the, I don't know if the mistake or the happy accident or the mistake to tell them that yes, they do have pancakes and yes, they are the best in the land, but they became obsessed with going on a side quest to get these pancakes. And yeah, we barely even touched the module. I think we used the map of the city, and they had an entirely separate adventure. And so we said, okay, well, let's do it again.
In Dungeons and Dragons?
There can be. If I say there are, sure.
Oh, interesting. That's cool.
She wanted pancakes. I decided there were pancakes. I mean,
and say if you want a really good D&D podcast, there's one called, I think it's now Greetings Adventurers. Used to be Drunks and Dragons, and it's phenomenal.
Nice.
Say they've been doing it since 2013.
Oh, that's a lot of episodes to catch up on then.
Yeah. Well, there's certain points you can jump in on like new arcs.
I'll catch a little bit of Critical Role now and then, but mostly I don't do much literature outside of the games that I play just because of work and everything.
Yeah, well, so I used to be a truck driver, so I had lots of time on my hands.
That's great for podcasts and things. Yeah, for sure.
And so I used to catch every episode of Joe Rogan podcast and everything.
Oh, there's a topic. You guys want to talk about Joe Rogan?
I know there's a lot of drama going on with him basically selling out, but I don't know anything, like any more details.
He didn't really sell out. It was a smart move. Spotify paid him a ton of movie to have his podcast be exclusive on Spotify. And then he moved to Texas to avoid paying taxes.
I see.
He's on all of those TikTok red flag lists for
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Don't date this guy if they watch these
here are red flags for men if you were thinking about dating them. Listens to Joe Rogan was one of, I think, right?
Or
was
if
one
they
of the...
have their own podcast. If they have their own podcast
Lord.
or listen to Joe Rogan, yeah, red flag.
Oh man, I'm leaving in 2 minutes, and this is the tangent that I've led us on. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daniel. I didn't mean
No. It's fine. No, I feel bad
it's
because
just a stupid TikTok meme. That's all it is. Don't worry. Oh, here comes Jerry. Jerry's back.
Oh no, I'm not offended. No, I mean if someone doesn't want to date me because of the podcast I listen to, I mean it's their loss, right? Like
Did you all have a little adventure in the tea house?
I love it here.
Cool.
Pretty cute.
Oh, cool. My brother was showing me his TikTok board.
Oh, okay.
So what's gonna tease everybody drinking?
Yes.
I've been drinking some Nepalese green tea. At this point, it's pretty done and bad.
I'm drinking some beautiful yang cha. It's called Yellow Rose. Very gentle, sweet, light tea.
No sweet tea?
No sweet tea. Nope. Nope. It's naturally sweet. It's naturally sweet.
Well, I might have to pour me a glass. Next time I come in here, I might have to pour me a glass of sweet tea and join in on tea time.
Yeah, that'd be great. We'd love that. So we do like a proper meetup twice a week. Although sometimes stuff is going on here at random times, like French people come and take over the space, as you know. But on Monday nights at 5 Pacific, we meet here, and then on Thursdays at 2 Pacific, we meet here. And just to let you know, Matt, on Thursdays, I usually stream the session to Twitch and to my social channels. So there's, full disclosure, this is being streamed.
Oh, so this is being streamed to Twitch?
Yep. Yeah. So you're like
Oh,
a Twitch
well, I hope I
celebrity now.
provided plenty of good content for your followers.
Oh, I'm sure you did, because you brought up Dungeons and Dragons, which is, huge.
I never even thought about streaming, just talking to people.
Yeah, people
That's
like
brilliant.
it. I mean, it's not like hugely popular. It's probably like one of my less attended streams, but like the people that like it really like it. Like they like hearing conversations. And... Bye, Daniel.
Bye.
Yeah,
See you next
I actually
time.
I actually got to get back to work on Zoom.
Oh, boom.
It was
How
nice
could
meeting
you-
you guys.
I'm allergic to Zoom.
Bye, Matt. We'll see you soon. So who won, Jeremy?
X's. Looks like X's.
The X's won. Kind of hard to play
X's win.
tic-tac-toe by yourself.
And first player always wins.
Supposed to anyway.
It's like I was in Vegas and I played. I know. I was in Vegas and I played tic-tac-toe versus a chicken when I was younger.
Oh.
And chicken goes first, which means if you go first and you know what you're doing, you can never lose. But for some reason, the 100 people in line were somehow convinced that I could do it.
When did you do
I'm
that?
going to be the one that beats the chicken. This was a long time ago, back when like the Tropicana was like a motel-sized place.
Yeah.
That was like their gimmick.
Wow.
So wait, they had like a chicken and like, were they like pecking at rocks or something to move their piece? Or I don't get it.
Basically you have, it's a chicken and there's a board against one of the walls and it pecks a square. Uh-oh, I lost a circle. It pecks a square, but basically what they do is they put feed behind the mirror so it pecks at the food.
Oh, that's clever.
So it's a huge scam. Yeah, so and if chicken has first move, chicken always wins. Or you have a tie.
Yeah, that seems more likely. Don't tell me you lost to the chicken. You
Yeah, but that's back when that's back when Vegas was marketed as the family-friendly place.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Remember Circus
So
Circus?
this is like early mid-90s. Oh man!
Circus is still
As a
doing its
kid,
thing.
that place was magical.
Circus Circus with those flimsy pink cats that you had to go find.
I remember that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Circus.
It's weird going
is
back.
A creepy place now.
And it's like, oh, it's always so dark too. Both literally and metaphorically.
Yeah.
It's pretty stinky.
All right. There we go.
Stinky there now. There was somebody that came in that had the name.
See, this is what we need to do.
You are laggy, Jeremy. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, see.
Yeah.
I know. But this is what we have to do at the Tea Expo. I will walk around and people can play tic-tac-toe all expo long.
That's great. Do it.
And you could win free tea, but you don't. But I get first move.
That's cool.
Play for samples. I like it.
Where is everyone located?
I'm in California, just outside Yosemite.
Oh, nice.
I live in Las Vegas.
Oh, there you go. So you know Circus.
That's why I know.
Yeah.
What Circus smells like these days.
Oh, man. Is it still there?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
For sure.
They haven't blown that one up yet.
Oh. Why?
That's cool. I'm like eating invisible stuff. They haven't blown it up. That's gonna be a good one. You know, like when they blow up the casinos here, it is like a big community event. Like everybody goes out, party on the streets. It's really cool to watch. I think the last one that they did was the Riviera. But I heard the next one that's going down is the Luxor.
Really? I remember when they built the Luxor.
I know.
Yep. It's so sad, yeah, because it's such a cool property.
That's the one with the light that goes straight up?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's the pyramid.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna go say hi to the person named Goose who's walking around north of us.
Cool. Yeah. Catch that silly goose. Yeah, I've lived here for 8 years, so seeing a lot of change.
You like it?
I do like it, actually. You know, we never go to the strip. Locals never go to the strip. That's always the thing. Like, if you ever have a local friend and you're like visiting and you invite them out, like more than likely they won't come hang out with you on the strip. But you should leave the strip because Las Vegas has a lot of really great things to offer because of the strip, right? So like all of this like dining and entertainment, like people from all over the world come to support that industry, but they have to live here. And so like when they're not working or when they're in their daily lives, there's a lot of really incredible like restaurants and then even the art scene here is pretty cool.
Wow. Where did you move from?
I moved from Hawaii.
Pacifico is a crisp golden lager, brewed for those who know. It's what's behind a label that matters.
I was just served a commercial for beer. I have no idea where it came from. I've got to figure that out. Yeah, I moved from Hawaii. I was there for 7 years.
Yeah.
I've always kind of lived all over the place.
The 7-year itch.
Yeah.
Nice. And I know where Jeremy is. What's up, Jeremy?
Have you ever lived there, Lizzie?
Yeah, I did. It was 2011 I moved out.
Okay.
So 3 years?
What state are you in now?
I'm in Oregon right now.
Awesome.
Yeah, right outside Portland. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. Lots to do. Just not Portland, because Portland's ruined.
Oh, is it?
It's just like what the news says. It looks like post-apocalyptic or whatever. So we just take our bikes.
You're not talking about like the gentrification. You're talking about like damage.
Oh, the damage. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Mm-hmm.
So I just take my kids on our like bike rides. We go to like Hood River, just go hiking, stuff like that.
It's beautiful at Hood River.
It is. Have you been there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So do you live like on that side around that area?
Yeah, I live in Troutdale, which is just kind of down the way there, about an hour away.
Okay. Yeah, but wasn't there like a big fire a couple years ago?
Last year.
Huge. Year. Yeah. Are things starting to get restored? Are you seeing a difference? That's great.
Yeah, starting to see a big difference.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's good.
It rains a lot, so stuff grows pretty good. it's pouring all day, all week, so kind of a bummer. What are you drinking, Jeremy? I'll have to bring tea.
These things are so easy to sell.
Oh, the cheers, yeah.
You know these. The Libra.
Mm-hmm.
No, the Livingstone, the twist and drive. I think does really good in that.
Nice oolong tea. Hi, Mike.
Hello.
Yeah.
Welcome to the tea house.
The tea house.
This is
Okay.
the tea house. Is this your first time here?
I think it's the first time in the tea house.
Cool.
I've been on Topia for a while, but the first time for the tea house.
Yeah, we gather here every Thursday at 2 Pacific. So we've been here for a couple hours now. And yeah, we're tea friends from all over the world. We gather and we have casual conversation, which oftentimes becomes very deep, or sometimes not so deep. But yeah, we just love tea and celebrate the tea lifestyle. Jeremy, his beard is a pillar of this community, and it seems as if it seems as if you have a nice beard as well.
Yeah, it's going.
Have you ever decorated your beard?
No, not usually. Not usually.
Well, we celebrate beards here, so you are welcome, Mike. Which world do you spend most time in when you come to Topia?
Oh, usually I spend the most time in Welcome area.
Okay. So you're good
Just
friends.
hanging out.
Good friends with Cutie.
Playing with the newbies and, just goofing off.
What state are you tuning in from?
What state am I in?
Mm-hmm.
I'm in Oregon, U.S.
Sweet. Awesome. Yeah, we were just talking about Oregon.
Yeah, it's it's almost 60 degrees outside, and partly cloudy.
Oh, so you're not getting rain?
Not at the moment. Nope.
Lizzie was saying that you're getting rain right now, huh?
I live in Troutdale. Are you close to? Yeah.
I gotta find this ad.
Oh.
Bye, Mike.
How do people find you? If Jeremy didn't give me the address, how would I find you?
So within Topia, like Mike was saying, he hangs out in Topia at the Welcome Worlds. There is a discovery page there, and it will prioritize the worlds that it presents there based on how many people are in that world. So if there's more people in the world, then it'll put it higher on the list. So that's probably why Mike came here, is because we have people here right now.
Yeah.
So it, people want to socialize and interact. So they'll come and hang out. Yeah. But
now people with Oregon. He was like, "You're in Oregon? I'm out."
Yeah, that was.
See you later. We don't want any.
Some people have different boundaries, when they interact with the platform like this, and that's cool. That's totally cool. Yeah, they don't want to talk about anything personal or.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
We're the type here. We put it all out there.
That day that I was on Twitch for the first time, I was just listening in my headphones.
Yeah.
You guys were all gentrification. Not gentrification. It was like, is my brother Gen X? Or
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. That's a good conversation.
Gen X versus millennials versus the Zoomers.
Yeah.
Wait, so Lizzie, are you a younger sister?
No, I'm older. 40.
Okay.
I'm an Xer for sure.
Okay, so you solidly identify as an X.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And Jeremy was saying that what did you guys say? Like, if you didn't have a computer growing up, then that was like a nice line. But I don't remember having them access to them. Maybe in high school.
Yeah. See, we didn't get into high school.
No.
Yeah, I think like middle school, like if you like when you really started like diving into like learning more than just coloring and arts and crafts.
Oh yeah. Because
if you had access
in
to
middle
internet, then like middle school. Yeah, I think that's the difference.
Yeah, because in middle school they were teaching us BASIC on an Apple IIe.
With the blinking light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where like the entire semester project is how to code Pong.
What? I didn't do that.
Oh, it took forever. We didn't know what we were doing.
That's a great skill to learn if you are able to retain it and like evolve it, though.
I know, but we all thought typing class was going to be more useful in the future.
That was high school. That was typing. That's crazy.
Yeah.
My daughter, she's 12.
Yeah.
I'll just hear. She can just. I don't know. It's like 100 million words a minute. I don't know how she does it. It's like she's never written anything ever down.
Mm.
Well, plus children now, they do their first typing on a cell phone, on a smaller keyboard. Yeah. So then once they upgrade to a normal keyboard, maybe it's just super fast.
There's no more thumbs.
Yeah, remember we used to have like the one finger, that was the thing. That was how we first started, like searching for every key one finger at a time.
Yeah.
Now even like a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old has the keyboard memorized from the phone, so.
Yeah. They just ask for it. Like, how do you know to ask for that? That's crazy. They do. Well, I better go finish. I only have 15 minutes left. I'm at work, so.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to stop by.
Don't get in trouble. But Lizzie, it was great to meet you.
My boss got her second COVID shot and went home sick.
Oh, okay.
So I'm like, but I get mine tomorrow, I guess, my second one.
Oh,
so
good luck.
Maybe I'll go home sick. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I doubt it. I'm fine.
Well, at the very least, you'll have the weekend off to relax afterwards.
I know. Take a nap.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I caught the goose.
Hey.
Bye, Jerry.
Bye, Lizzie.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Hi, Goose.
Hey, how's it going, Lizzie? And Elise and Jeremy.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, Goose.
What's up? How do you make your character dance?
You just gotta click on it.
You just gotta click on it?
Click on your topi.
Oh my gosh, there we go. Yeah.
And then it works better if you dance like it too. Multi-dimensional.
I love it.
Goose, I did forget to mention that Elise is streaming live on her Twitch and Facebook channels at Tealit Tea.
Oh my gosh, what's up? What kind of tea are you drinking?
I am drinking a very aromatic Yangcha. This is an oolong tea from China. It's a yellow rose variety, very soft and gentle aromatic oolong tea.
Beautiful. Oh my gosh, and that setup. I love it.
Yeah, this is
That's a really light color for Yancha.
It is. It's so light. It's super, super light. Yeah. It doesn't even really have a roast on it. Very slight roast.
Have you guys heard of Hojija tea?
Mm-hmm.
I just had it for the first time, and it is so good.
It's yummy. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like roasted, right? Like a roasted green tea?
Mm-hmm. Yep. So it's like really low in caffeine. So
okay.
It's a tea that's good for, children or late at night. And it's so like sweet and nutty. And you know what else you can do with it? You can you can put it into a food processor and grind it up into a fine powder and make like cookies with it. It's really good.
Mmm.
Yeah.
That sounds
Wait, how do you can make hojicha cookies?
Hell yeah. Yep. And it's different than matcha. You don't need the stone grinder to do it. Hojita will grind pretty finely within a food processor.
That's so cool.
Hey, that's a nice longboard you got there. Where you surf?
Thank you. Just in like Malibu and Topanga area, like the sunset. Where are you at?
I'm in Vegas.
Okay, yeah. I'm in LA, so just kind of that little area, but I suck, but I'm a really good floater.
Yeah, well, that's what longboards are good for.
Yeah, so just like getting out there and floating is like still such a blessing. So
yeah, that's great. Yeah, I love surfing. I lived in Hawaii before I moved here, and longboarding was totally my obsession there. Like every day of the week, there was always surf somewhere on the island.
Which island?
I was on Oahu.
Oh, fun! I've never been to Oahu.
Yeah, it's like the surfing mecca of the world.
Yeah, that's like I hear that's the best island, like in general.
It depends on what you're looking for, you know, because the offerings is very unique on every island. So
yeah,
what you're looking for. If you're looking for something quiet, naturey, Kauai. If you're looking for something big and powerful and impressive and mind-blowing, that would be the Big Island.
Yeah.
That's awesome. But then if you like shopping and dining and having all of the American luxuries accessible everywhere, that would be Oahu.
Got it. Yeah. I like before I turned 30, I was so scared of that number. And I was just like, I'm gonna go on a grand adventure, and my passport was running out, like it was expired. So I was like, well, where can I go? And I was like, okay, I'll go to Kauai because it's the green island, and I thought there were gonna be like monkeys. No. But I decided to rent a camper van and like sleep along different beaches every night. Like that was the goal, but I really didn't know what I was in for. And when I got there, it wasn't a camper van. It was just a like torn up van, which that's like, you know, the typical car there, but I had no idea. And it had no air conditioning. And then I didn't realize that people steal your gas there. So one night my van got like a hole got punched in it and the gas was taken because it's so expensive. So then I quit my camper van trip and went to a hotel. But that was my
wow, that's a story. It's good that that was all that happened, because a lot of people, and I saw a TikTok about this morning, in fact, because some kids were, you know, trying to show their travel hacks to Hawaii, that legally all the beaches are public, right? So like legally you can sleep there, like, and you see people sleeping on the beaches, and so it inspires you to think, oh, I can do it too. But it's really dangerous because the people that are sleeping, and there's people sleeping on the beaches you don't even know. They have like their encampments, you know, hidden away, and there's a lot of crime. There's a lot of crime, theft, but then also like violent crimes too. Yeah. So it's, you know, kind of good that's the least that happened to you.
Oh, totally. That trip ended up being epic. Like it was kind of a nightmare, but then I came out of it like learning so much about myself and where I was in life, and it was like the perfect trip. But yeah.
Did you do any snorkeling there?
No, I didn't really. Like I did actually I did a little snorkeling actually in Poipu. And right when I was having the best time ever, I saw this giant turtle, and I start chasing the turtle in the water, like just swimming with it, not chasing it. And this little kid was with me, and he was swimming with it. And then something happened. I don't know. I put my foot down, and I got stung by a sea urchin.
Oh shit!
And it was like my whole foot. And then I like swam to shore, and the kid followed me, and I didn't know what it was, and he was like, oh, that's a sea urchin, and he was like, want me to pee on it? And I was like, no. But
that's too bad. He would have helped you, you know, save some infection.
I didn't get infected, thankfully. And embarrassingly to admit, I actually ended up peeing in a cup and pouring on it.
Okay.
And it actually really did help the pain.
It does, yeah, it helps. And it probably did help from not getting infected, so.
Totally. I just feel bad for the sea urchin, though.
Yeah. Did you get some of the spikes? Did the spike like launch off into your skin?
Yeah, they stayed in my skin for a while, so I just forever have kawaii in my body now.
Crazy.
Yeah.
When I was scuba diving, I went scuba diving in an area that had a lot of sea urchins, and if you go out at night, you can actually see their eyeball. And it's right on the top, and it's just one eye that's like just constantly like scanning all around. And it's really like a really goofy looking thing.
That is so cool. Wow. I remember when I was a kid, I've never figured out what this is, but I don't know. Maybe I went to like Monterey or something, and someone said if you like touch the top of this little creature on the rock, it's like squirts of water. And it was crazy because it would squirt up so much water. And I'm like, did I imagine this? Because I've never been able to find that sea creature again.
Was it like kind of phallic?
I don't know. I was so young. It could have been.
Because I know like sea cucumbers do that. And those are funny looking creatures, but they squirt. But they're kind of phallic looking, which makes it even more interesting.
Huh.
But I guess when we're kids, we don't really identify things that are phallic.
No.
for good reason.
Says you.
I didn't. I didn't. I don't know. Did you? I don't know. I guess boys have a different.
I mean, I remember being in like 4th grade or something and going to like Catalina Island marine biology camp, and they had sea cucumbers, and it was like ah.
That's so cool. There was a marine biology camp. Oh my gosh.
It was like a long weekend.
So
it was fun.
I originally went to UC Davis because I wanted to be a marine biologist, but I like couldn't do the chemistry, so then I ended up going into the arts. But I look back now and I'm like, dang it, I should have stuck with it.
What did you do in the arts?
I did architecture, and it was really like to learn about world building. And then after I'm a millennial generation, it's like go to grad school. So I went to grad school right away, and I was like, how can I combine world building and storytelling? Because I knew I was a really good fictional writer. So I ended up going to USC for their film program. So I have like a film background and an architecture background, and I'm still trying to figure out what I want to be when I grow up.
So is that why you're here in Topia?
Yeah. It's incredible. I've met Brian Switchko like years and years ago, and we would frequent the same spots for years, like, and never talk to each other. And I'd always try to like kind of get his attention, and he kind of ignored me. Like, I don't think he liked like I don't know. He was funny then. But we would like, because there were only a few coffee shops where you could sit all day. And so then once those shut down, you'd go to the next one and the next one. And then there was like a few years where I didn't see him anymore. And then he showed up again at Spaces, this one co-working space. And then I finally was like, hey, you, I know you, but you don't know me. and then we ended up being friends.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's funny. Brian ignoring people? I can't imagine that.
He would talk to everyone but me. It was the weirdest thing. I don't know.
Well, maybe there's something else to that.
Maybe.
That's cool. So have you built your own world yet? Have you tried to do that with Topia?
I have not. I would love to try though.
You should.
I will. Is it do you well I'll have to play with it at some point, but do you draw everything yourself?
No, there's a huge library of assets that comes with it. There's a marketplace so that you can actually buy artwork that artists are drawing and then putting up for sale.
Oh my gosh, cool.
Or you can draw your own.
That's what I was gonna say. Can I draw my own?
Yeah. So this is a mixture of, excuse me, this world's a mixture of stuff that comes in the pre-existing library and then a bunch of stuff that my brother-in-law drew.
Oh wow. I love it. Okay. I'll definitely build a world for sure. It's probably gonna look like Under the Sea.
Cool.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And so yeah, you're like totally not limited from a like stylistic standpoint in the slightest. You can do all your own stuff.
So cool. And Topia is going to be the Burning Man of 2021, right?
It was one of the Burning Mans of 2020, and it'll be one of the Burning Mans of 2021 as well.
Okay. So awesome. I hope Burning Man. It's so sad. I always have wanted to go, but you just like, you're like, maybe next year. And now I'm like, oh my God, is it ever going to happen again?
I mean, it's happening again this year, just in a little bit different way.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's going to be thousands of people going out there this year.
Oh, for sure. I agree. And it's so cool. Like, I think, like, I know, everyone's had such a different experience during this time, but it's been the most incredible time where I've never seen so many communities like out on the beach where it's like just groups everywhere doing something unique, from like just like skating and dance, like choreography to I don't know, just so many different things. So I think, yeah, I'm sure Burning Man this year is going to be like popping.
Yeah.
It's just more challenging to go when the infrastructure is not there.
Yeah.
So hopefully
you have to be more self-reliant.
Yeah. That would be cool. It's kind of like old Burning Man then.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I didn't hear of too much negative trace from last year's event because, yeah, I think like over 1,000 people went last year.
I want to say there was like 5 last year.
5,000?
Yeah.
And I didn't hear too much complaining about, a negative trace left, so.
Wow.
Yeah, you just have to, collect all your stuff. Because even like your gray water, you can't dump it out. Like you're not supposed to leave anything on the soil, on the ground.
Whoa.
So you have to take everything back with you.
That's so cool.
So if you've got like an RV with, your own gray water collection tank, then that works. But then you can't pump your RV because that's usually like Burning Man. There's infrastructure of businesses that come in and like pump your RV.
I mean, I think you still can. There's no reason that you couldn't pay somebody to come out and pump your RV tank while you're out on the desert.
Yeah, I wonder if those companies still went out and just did it.
Like my guess is it's more expensive.
Yeah, definitely.
Because they're not able to just kind of like go out there and like book them back to back to back to back because it's just not quite as organized.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think that's part of what would entice me to go out, is to see what it's like when it's really just a shit show.
Yeah.
When it's really just, when there is no organization behind it. Let's see how it comes together.
Totally.
Because even with the organization out there, it seems like a shit show.
You're not too much of a far drive away from it now, Sam. You could probably make a little day trip of it.
Probably still 6 hours.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's not bad.
Let's see. What does it say to get to? Is Black Rock City on Google Maps?
It is. I think Google is like a partial owner of Burning Man now, so.
Oh, that would make sense. 7 hours, 23 minutes.
Damn. Okay, much more than I thought. Closer than me, though, even though I'm in the same state.
Vegas. How's Vegas right now?
Vegas is busting right now.
Yeah?
Yeah, the month of April was the city's highest revenue earning month in 8 years.
Whoa.
Yeah, it is busy. It is busy. Like starting June 1st, we're like currently this whole month we've been at 80% capacity, but in June we're going to be at 100% capacity. So we'll be in full business, and all of the casinos have when the CDC made the announcement a few weeks ago about vaccinated people with masks. All the casinos made a public statement that they weren't going to police the vaccination. So if you're not wearing a mask, they're just going to assume that you're vaccinated. So Vegas is the perfect place to get a break from the pandemic, and people are definitely taking advantage of that.
Yeah, wow, that's great. Yeah, like even here, I've never seen so many people out. It almost like it's been hard because I'm kind of a recluse, and I've never felt, it's like I didn't feel lonely or anything during COVID, but I feel really lonely now, and I think it's because I see so many people out all the time where I'm like, why am I not out? I don't have anyone to hang out with. But yeah, that's really interesting. I've never been to Vegas.
It's cool. I like it a lot here, actually. I miss the ocean. And, but actually during the summer, if I am here in Vegas, because I travel a lot, but with the pandemic, I haven't traveled, but I usually just do a weekend trip to the beach. And I've actually thought about, I go so often now, I should just invest in a board and be able to surf, because I just go and body surf on the shore break, which is nice. I'm grateful for that, but to go out and catch some proper waves would be nice.
Yeah.
Malibu's nice. I've got a friend that actually runs a garden, a farm, and a farmer's market right next to Point Dune in that area. So sometimes I'll go visit her, and I'll spend some time at the beach there, which is nice. But my favorite beach is actually in Laguna. A lot of really nice beaches down there. There's a place called 1,000 Steps. That's the one I recommend.
Okay. I went to Laguna. I've only been twice. It is so beautiful, which blows my mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a popular beach. So if you go to the proper Laguna Beach, the public beach area, it's crowded. There's shopping and restaurants and stuff there, but the 1,000 Steps Beach has has kind of a hike to get down.
Yeah.
There's 1,000 steps to get down to it, and then you have to go back up. So not a lot of people go. So it's more quiet.
Yeah.
And there's a neighborhood at the top which has ample street parking. So
Okay.
you don't have to stress out about parking meters or getting your car towed.
Yeah.
And I'll just camp out of my car there. I've never had any issue getting harassed or anything like that.
Yeah. So cool.
It looks like the X is 1, Jeremy.
Yep. I don't know. Anybody want to play again?
I'm really bad at tic-tac-toe. I don't think I've ever won a game, ever.
It's really easy. First move.
What is it? Teach us.
It's easy to teach. If you have the first move, you cannot lose.
Isn't the first move always in one of the corners?
It's impossible. Yeah. Top corner. You just play the corners, and you cannot lose. The worst it is a cash game. That's why chickens always beat us humans.
I can't believe a chicken beat you.
Hey, the chicken beat everybody.
It was stacked though, right? They were cheating for the chicken, right?
Oh yeah, totally rigged.
Hi, Charlotte.
Everyone.
Oh, hi, Charlotte.
Nice.
Looks like you're hanging out with some silent disco bunnies.
It's my bunny buddies.
Oh, it's great to see you.
Thanks. It's good to be here.
Jeremy's.
Thank you.
How do you get a background?
It's complicated. It's extremely complicated.
Okay.
I have Chroma Cam to remove the background and give me the green screen, and then I put that through Snap Camera to get the bunny ears.
Okay.
And then I feed those through OBS, which is the Open Broadcast Studio, which is a streaming tool. And that composites the entire image with this live video feed on top of that, and it mixes in the audio.
Whoa, I'm writing that down. Chroma Cam and OBS.
Mm-hmm.
At least you just do it all in OBS with a actual green screen.
Yeah. OBS is pretty magical. I highly recommend getting to know that software. It's very intuitive, very easy to use, and you can use it for streaming, you can use it for recording, and you can use it for like a virtual camera. So that's how I'm feeding the what I'm creating in OBS here.
That's so cool. I always wonder how people do that on like Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah, it's the standard software everybody uses. OBS.
OBS is super common. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
There's some sort of bug though where when I join Topia, my camera gets cropped in the wrong place and looks. This is my head all of a sudden. That's what you see. So I have to go back and change the video feeds, and it's ridiculous. And now it's flickering, which is really the new thing. So I don't know where that's coming from.
I kind of like it though because it's like apocalyptic to me.
It is.
It's so cool.
Yeah, using an iMac with OBS, there are some glitches. There's some problems, like with the audio. I have to use like an additional audio source in order to feed in my mic separately than like the in-computer audio, or it makes it like sound really bad. Like if I just so I just use the iShow mic.
Yeah, I forgot about that step. If you want to do complicated things with audio, you're going to need Black Hole, which is a virtual device driver, to try and capture some of that. And that doesn't work perfectly. So then I had to add Loopback, which lets you do all kinds of audio routing. And it works really well. But it's literally, there's like 6 apps involved. It's insane.
Cool. I'm like writing it all down.
But if you're working from a Windows computer, it's a lot easier. Yeah, iMac for some reason. And why is that? Like, my brother has a theory that, like, Apple wants you to, like, use their, paid software products to make it easier. Is that true?
I don't think so.
I mean, I think it's probably just that it was built with the PC architecture in mind.
I think it's more, we like to keep shit locked down so it stays stable. Windows is a little more loosey-goosey.
I see.
So if you want to go fucking with audio routing and stuffing drivers into it, Windows is like, oh yeah. Mac is more like, no.
You meet all your drivers, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, those those fast PC. Wow, what a life they live.
My current gripe is that the windows are curved. So when I stream my video games, they have curved corners, and that's not really cool. So.
Wait, what?
What video games do you stream?
Oh, I'm trying to stream this game.
I can't see it.
I know. It's called No One Lives Forever. It's 22 years old. It's very hard to find or play because it was never reissued, never updated to modern systems, and no one's entirely sure who owns all the rights to all the parts. So it's pretty much just this original copy is what you have to play.
Oh my gosh, I remember playing that game.
It's a really good game. It's super fun.
Yeah, it's so much fun. No.
Yeah, and I managed to eventually get up a Windows 7 virtual machine with some of the right VMware shit in it that I can actually play. So I can stream that, but because it's a Mac window, it has curved corners on the windows.
Oh, jeez.
So those look a little goofy.
Well, so you should just use a PC.
I would, but my PC doesn't have a good webcam, and I know way less about PCs than I do about Macs. But yeah, I could do that. I could try that.
Do you have a DSLR camera?
I do. Oh, the other thing is you can't play it on a PC.
Oh, okay.
Because it's so old, it's 16-bit Windows, so almost nothing made can play this game. It's super hard to get it running, which is why I ended up with this 32-bit Windows 7 virtual machine.
That's crazy.
It was insane. I tried Windows 2000, I tried Crossover, I tried Wine, I tried several things before maybe Windows 7.
It's so funny.
Talk about try-hard mode.
When
it took me 2 days.
People see streaming on Twitch and they're like, oh, I can do streaming. And they try and it takes weeks of doing it every day until you figure out all the bugs. And it's things like this, it's like, they just stack up everything that you gotta consider.
Yeah, it works pretty well, but the frame rate is only about 10 to 15 frames per second on the stream. But it looks great on my PC, and I don't know why that is. So it's another thing I have not unwrapped yet.
You'll figure it out.
I probably will. I have other things I should be doing. So. Who doesn't?
Yeah.
I will do anything I can to not do what I should be doing.
Exactly.
Like spend time on Topia instead of working.
Just as an ordinary human being would do, yes.
Wait, so Goose, are you doing freelance work now, or you have a day job, or? Goose?
Oh, me? I thought you said Lewis.
Goose.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm a creative director. I've worked in advertising now for quite a while. But I actually founded my own company and got funding for it for raising awareness of a disease called lipedema. It's a disease that 11% of women have and don't know. And it's where you store extra fat in your legs and in your arms, and you don't realize, most women are fat shamed their whole life, and then they end up getting bigger because they don't realize what's going on. But it's actually a genetic disease where it's something's wrong with your lymphatic system. So if you ever see a woman with a small waist and really big thighs and ankles, when people back in the my mom's era used to use the word cankles, it was most likely women with lipedema. So you probably walk by someone with it probably every 10 minutes and you don't know. And the surgery, there's no cure for it, but there's surgery, and it's liposuction. And insurance covers it in Europe, and it's very well known all over Europe. But here, it's really hard to get it covered. And so the best way to help treat it is with compression garments. And so my company Lippy is the first ever to produce like compression garments made for lipedema. And then also helping women get insurance coverage and kind of creating like a lifestyle brand. So it's been a journey, and it's like I'm blessed where I can like have something that's my own, but I'm realizing that I don't necessarily love it because I'm a creative and I spend a lot of time talking to women about their stories, and it gets like really heavy. And because like the weight loss industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry, so they don't want women to know that they can't lose weight. So with lipedema, diet and exercise you cannot lose that weight. So it's just kind of like really hard because the surgeries are about 15,000 of surgery. And then right now, plastic surgeons are taking advantage of these people because they're paying cash for it and like taking loans out on their homes. And these plastic surgeons are like, yeah, I treat the disease. But really in the United States, there's about 4 people that truly know how to treat it. So yeah. But so I work full time, but it's like hard to motivate myself right now.
Thank you.
I know that feeling.
Thank you for sharing. That's incredible. Like, wow. So do you want to like work full time now that you're funded? Are you trying to focus more on that, or?
Yeah, well, the goal was I have like 2 things to do before I die, like that I have to do. And one is to finish writing my book. It's a fantasy book, and I started my own editorial. I used to study the apocalypse, so I would write about like everything about the apocalypse, and came up with this story in 2013, and it just becomes more relevant as time goes by. And I know before I die, I have to write this book. Like, even if no one reads it, it's a total flop. It just has to be done. So I figured out how I could work like on a project, because before, when I was working in advertising, I just like didn't have any time. So I was like, okay, like let's see what I can do here. So the goal was to kind of have this business, get it like on its feet, and like have a team come in and kind of run it. And then that way I can like kind of write my book and create my own schedule. But I've had a lot of time to write and I haven't written. So, so it's like not something I see like doing forever, but I really do want to help these people because when I found out I had the disease, I went to a doctor and I had surgery, and I actually got severely botched by a doctor who really didn't treat the disease. And I was so naive at the time. I actually I couldn't pay for the surgery. So I said, why don't I help build a brand for you? And I built this incredible brand for someone who had no experience. And now he's operating on women and experimenting on their bodies. Like he's making millions off of this. And so when that happened and I realized what I did, I was like, okay, I need to kind of find a way to help put the truth out there about the dangers of these doctors and like really what's going on and how to treat it, and emotion help, like because it's the first ever global forum for lipedema as well. It's my company is called Lippy, and so the goal is to really like find a platform for these people, these women, to talk to each other. And maybe something like Topia, I could build like a Lippy world where they can come talk to each other and stuff as well.
You know what's interesting is, you know, tea has all these like health benefits to it, and there's one health benefit that not a lot of people talk about, but it's like known, like in Cantonese culture and in Chinese culture, drinking certain teas with certain meals helps with digestion. And there's like science to back it up now with specifically oolong tea. It's there's a certain polyphenol that's produced in that tea that helps the body process lipids, specifically lipids.
Wow.
Yeah, I can send you some research papers on it.
I would love that. Yeah, because I'm trying to find like there's no cure for it, but what can help is like anything that is anti-inflammatory. So I'm trying to find a way where like women who can't afford any form of treatment really can take these like steps to, if it's drinking oolong along with their meal, it can actually help prevent lipids from accumulating.
Yeah, that's what the oolong tea does. That's why, like with dim sum, when you have dim sum food, they always have the tea with it. And even the food is super greasy and heavy, you never feel really bad after the meal, and that's the tea. The tea is helping your body digest the lipids specifically.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that.
Yeah. So yeah, if you're building a whole lifestyle brand, and that's what we're all in the tea industry actually. That's why we do this. I'm a tea importer, and we all not all of us. I can't speak for everybody, but like a core group of people that started the community here in this Topia space, like all advocate not just for tea as a product, but like the lifestyle of it, which includes fitness, good rest, breath, the whole lifestyle of holistic wellness. So I'd love to help integrate a tea practice into the lifestyle that you're creating in your community.
Yeah, and I will be the guinea pig. So I would really love that.
That's
I used to be a tea tasting person at Pete's Coffee, where you would like come. Yeah, when Pete's wasn't corporate.
That's cool. Do you want to message me your email address or?
Yeah, message me, right?
Yeah, we'll get in contact, and I'd even be happy to like sponsor tea at events you do, or just to like get things rolling.
Yes, I would love that. I'm writing you right now.
Yeah, because I'm always like trying to find applications, because I don't advocate for health benefits of tea too often, because it's a slippery slope. Like, especially people that are looking for like benefits that are gonna like affect them immediately. It's like, I want to lose 10 pounds by next week. It's like, no, that's not what the tea health benefits are about. It's a lifestyle thing, it's like, and it seems like what you're dealing with are women that are seeking out like lifestyle changes to make their life better versus just an overnight fix. So is that like with the surgery, if they get a surgery, is that like known to be like an overnight fix, or is there still like prolonged lifestyle changes that are needed in addition to the surgery?
Lifestyle changes forever, because the surgery can help treat it, where you can develop like what happens is, so when you're about 13 years old, a normal body is going to stop producing fat cells. What's going to happen if you gain weight is your fat cells are either going to expand or contract. So let's say you're born with 100 fat cells at 13, that's all you'll ever have. So with lipedema, when your lymphatic system is leaking, you actually continuously develop fat cells throughout your life. So somebody who should have had 100 can end up with 500 or more. So what liposuction does is it breaks up the fibrotic tissue, because your fat becomes very compacted, and it compacts your nerves, and then because of that, scar tissue develops around the fat, so you get really lumpy, like lumps under the skin and stuff, and it becomes really painful. So what it does is it breaks that up to help the pain, and it kind of gives you a fresh start, because it can remove those fat cells, but you have to, throughout your life, continue eating and working out and having a clean lifestyle, so you don't continue to develop more fat cells. So a lot of women with obesity don't know that they actually have lipedema, because they're so big at that point that they can't tell. But it's like it's just like a lifestyle.
Yeah. Interesting. And this only affects women.
Well, it's very rare. It can affect men, but I've only seen it in one guy. And I don't know if it's like a hormonal thing or, but it's almost always women, and it's about like 750 million women have it and don't know.
Wow.
Yeah, it's huge.
Jeremy.
Hi, Kayla Bear.
So good today. Hi.
Are you going to challenge Jeremy to a game, Kayla?
Oh, is that what we're doing?
I mean, that's what we can do.
Oh, he's like, nope. Oh no, that was Charlotte walked away. And Jeremy's
Kitty
video
decided
moved.
to make me walk.
Hi everyone.
Hi Kayla.
As long as I get first move.
Yeah, you're gonna go in the center.
That's not the move. No.
That's not the move. Oh, I kind of want to see Elise play.
Mm-mm.
Nuh-uh. I don't know these things.
Oh.
Okay, I told myself I'd be on here
Does
for
Sam want to play?
so I have
I'll
to-
play. Fine.
Yeah. No, I didn't.
Are you leaving? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. But you sent me your email, and I'll get in touch with you because this is really interesting, and I want to support your effort.
Yeah, thank you for sharing, and let us know how else we can help.
Yeah, totally. And I'm gonna create a world.
Awesome.
Yay.
Click the plus sign on the right side of your screen.
Okay. All right.
Done.
Bye guys. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, Goose. Nice to meet you.
Nice
Bye.
to meet you.
Hey.
Real quick, did anybody else get one of these?
Yes.
I
Yeah?
have not yet. I gotta go get mine.
I went on a quest yesterday before D&D.
I cheated.
Yeah, I did too. Cutie taught me how to cheat, so I did it.
I just said, "What's the fucking answer?" And somebody told me. So that's what I did.
Oh, you like super cheated. Okay, I like.
Being social is not cheating.
No, you're right. You're leveraging the community.
I am.
All
Okay.
right, Jeremy. I picked the top left corner.
Oh, you're screwed already.
Did you X
Okay.
or O?
Which
X.
is that left?
I
or
don't
is that my
care.
left?
The board is symmetrical.
Yeah. Oh,
All right.
game's over.
Well, the game's always over if you play the top corner and know how to finish it.
Yeah. That's right.
All right. I will take the other top left corner.
The other left. All right. Mm-mm.
Block.
Oh. Oh shoot.
Yeah, I gotta block it in the bottom.
Yeah.
So now we've essentially gotten to a draw.
And then
Yeah, block
right?
block on the right side again.
Hold on, I gotta make another X.
I mean, we've hit a draw, right?
I
Yeah.
think so.
Uh-huh. But still, we need to play it.
Okay.
Question is, do you call it X's and O's, tic-tac-toe, or noughts and crosses?
Oh.
Nazi crosses? I definitely don't call it Nazi crosses.
You don't call it Nazi crosses?
See?
No.
Knots.
And then
N-A-U-G-H-T. Knots and crosses.
Oh God.
Yeah, and then see, then block.
Yeah.
Draw.
Nice going, guys.
Should have built a checkerboard. That involves a little more
Chess.
strategy.
Yeah.
Chess on your beard.
No one has time for a game of chess. Checkers, though. We all know how to play checkers.
I don't know.
No?
Uh-uh.
No.
Yeah, I think I've just been like afraid of games my whole life because I'm super competitive.
Of games?
I'm afraid
Mm-hmm.
that my true competitive nature will come out. Like, there are some hard rules I've made for myself. Like, I am no longer allowed to play Risk. I, like, cut that out of my life. No one wants to see how bad of a person I become when I play that dumb game.
I believe it.
And that's okay. I don't mind that people know that about me. So I'd rather just not play the game. I'm cool just sitting by the side. Not tossing a board and all the pieces across the room.
Wow.
'Cause
Flipping tables.
Mm-hmm. Monopoly,
Come check, guys, mine!
But Risk, I hate that one because it's like, yes, there's strategy there, and I love strategy games, but then there's this element of no strategy at all and just luck. And you can work so hard and invest so much time into doing all the right strategy, and then the wrong rolls come, and it's just like,
That's life.
So that game I can play. That one I'm cool with. Because, like, there's not much strategy. Like, games that don't require strategy, that are pure luck and pure just fun, just going around.
Yeah, War. I think War is the game that has zero strategy. It's all luck.
I can play that game, yep.
So that's why some people don't even consider it a game.
Yeah.
But it's fun.
It is fun. Yeah.
That's why it's fun. It's not a game.
Oops. I like to play Speed.
I can play
with
that
cards.
game.
Yeah.
Because that's skill.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like a mix of skill, strategy, and then luck on top of all of it. Not into that.
I just had a craniosacral session
great.
up in Tucson.
Oh.
It was nice.
Is that the one where they like hold your head?
Mm-hmm. And, you know, other parts of the body, but mostly it's working with the head. So, and it was at an acupuncture clinic, and I was able to get in for like half an hour of acupuncture beforehand.
Oh.
So that was really nice. Did any of you get to see the eclipse?
No.
No.
I was asleep.
I slept.
Gotcha.
I didn't even know about it.
I don't think it was visible in the east, or like mid to east.
Midwest.
Yeah.
Insane.
It was like 4 a.m. here.
Draw.
Yeah.
So it would have been daylight already. I went camping though, and I had a fire and a fire pit, and that was the first time I've handled fire since last summer.
Ooh.
Yeah, so that was kind of therapeutic.
Fire is fun.
Yeah. I burned my cardboard things that Sam saw.
I had to feel good.
It did feel good. Yeah. And then I parked my car so that it was like, I could see the eclipse from my bed.
Oh.
So I just set my alarm and woke up and was like, there it is, cool.
It was just like a blood moon, yeah.
Yeah. So it was a super moon, like it was closer to the Earth than it sometimes is, and it was a flower moon, which I think is just what they call the moon in May. And then it was a blood moon because it appeared red. It had like all these titles to it. But there were lots of cows.
I have to take off.
Okay.
All right, Jeremy.
Okay.
Thanks for.
Bye, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Thanks for the
that's
beer
interrupt.
art.
All right.
Take care.
Bye.
Thanks for everything.
Bye.
Thanks.
Yeah, for everything.
Just general awesomeness. Thank you.
I'm gonna show you guys the cave.
Oh, it's looking great.
Wow.
Today I started shading the inside and I thought it looks like a brain. And then I started thinking about the metaphor, you know, of like inside of our cranium being the cave. And that's where like we go to meditate or hibernate, you know? And I was like, how appropriate for if I do like cranial things in Topia. So. But I'm
Eat the pen, dummy. There you go. Not the expensive cable. There you go.
Who's the dummy?
My cat likes plastic a lot.
She actually eats it or just chews on it?
She just gnaws on it, just likes to feel on her teeth.
Where'd our friend go, Sam?
Wax pancake?
Yeah, what happened?
Yeah.
I don't know. They just kind of wandered off, and then I walked over to them and couldn't connect.
Ah.
And now it's just the four of us in the world.
Cool. That's a cool name, Whack Pancake.
Oh, I thought you said wax. It made me think of like a record.
That would be exactly what, a wax pancake would be. Yep.
Right?
Yep.
But it was like whack, like that thing
Yeah.
is whack.
Yeah.
Or like you got whacked by the pancake.
Yeah.
That seems like a pretty harmless form of violence. Pancake whacking. Pretty insulting, but like pretty harmless.
Can't believe you whacked me with a pancake.
Right? Who does that?
Yeah, who even?
Went through all this effort to make these pancakes just so I can whack you with it. You know, you think you'd go for like the frying pan at least, you know?
Drawing.
Had some cherries last night. I guess cherries are in season. They're so delicious.
Yeah. It's definitely cherry season.
Do you all have any of that on your property, Sam?
Not on the property, but the local fruit stand sells some really bomb-ass cherries.
I bet.
Nice. I was trying to find figs. Oh, sorry, Charlotte.
Figs are autumn fruit, I believe.
I think it's like another couple weeks, because when I lived in Oregon, they started around June, July.
I know that around here there's something called the brown turkey fig, and it was actually Thanksgiving time when they were ready.
Ah.
But
neat.
Man, fresh figs are amazing. So good.
Yeah. I couldn't find any. I got some like dehydrated ones, which were like not as amazing, but I still eat them.
Yeah, they're okay.
They're okay.
Wait, you don't just get the fig Newtons? I thought that's the freshest. The freshest you can do.
Have you had a fig off of a tree before?
Yeah, you know,
Nope.
funny thing is, I was here in Vegas. My neighbor in Jonas Park, he had 2 big ass fig trees, and they fruited big.
Nice.
It was okay. I'm not a huge fan of figs, actually.
I kind of surprised myself. I didn't know. I was like, do I just eat all of it? Like, I don't take the skin off or anything. And then I bit into it and I was like, this is an alien. There's all these little like tendrily things. It was like almost weirder than a durian, but not.
What's the fruit? Like, I think like guavas are one of those fruits that's like, what am I supposed to eat here? What am I supposed to spit out?
Yeah. How do you do this? Somebody help.
At the house that we lived at when we got the dogs, there was a fig tree, and the dogs used to love picking fruit off of it.
Nice. That would be helpful because I think it's hard to eat them all.
Yeah.
Unless you have, you know, neighbors coming over or like potlucks or.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which we did not last year.
Nope.
Not anybody.
You didn't try to preserve any of them?
I didn't get much into the preserves. I did make like, I don't know, some desserty type things. I would like blend them up or put them in smoothies or. But. Yeah.
It reminds me of a story. Have you ever had a kumquat?
No.
Oh,
No.
Oh, really? Okay, this story won't make any sense. Kumquats make your tongue a little bit numb. Just a little. Kind of like, meh. But I got to California and I was like, tried the kumquats. I'm like, oh, these are really good. I'll make a smoothie out of them. So I made a kumquat smoothie. And if you drink that, it is all numb. It's really gross. Do not drink kumquat smoothies.
Oh no. You're like, so don't do that.
Little kumquat goes a long way.
I'm like having a hard time remembering what that looks like.
They're itty bitty citrus fruits. You eat with the peel on them.
Okay.
They're a little bigger than grapes. Grape shaped.
Oh, they're cute.
Yeah.
And you eat the rind and everything?
Yep.
Cool. I wouldn't have known that. I would have like been sitting there like peeling every single one of them.
Labor intensive snack.
Very, yeah. No, I think I did actually peel some, where someone's like, you know, you can eat the skins. What? But
Oh.
Yeah. I think you can eat the skins on a lot of fruits that we don't know. Like mango, I remember when I lived in Africa, like they all ate the skins.
Oh.
I was like, what? It's a good source of fiber if you're eating them.
yeah. I mean, if you wash it, it's probably fine.
Yeah, it's just a little chewy. So yeah, that's usually how I eat a mango. Just the whole thing. No need to cut it.
Do they eat it like a hand fruit, like apples? Just arf.
Yep.
Okay. Man, that would get so much fiber in my teeth.
Yeah, you do that. That's why it's a very intimate, special experience.
Mangoes are intimate.
Yeah, I can't do mango, you know, in a public setting. Like, I would not be able to eat a mango in front of you. I don't know how people do it. Sometimes people do it, and I'm just like, what?
You're like, what a room, you two.
Don't worry, Elise. Next time you come to visit, I'll make sure we have some mangoes.
Oh, great. All right.
Nice.
Yeah, because it's messy and you need a floss afterwards. Like, and I really like to go all in on it, not, you know, like really.
My Indian friends tell me that American mangoes are terrible. The Indian mangoes are much better.
Oh yeah.
They are.
For sure.
I believe it. Yeah.
This is true.
I've never had Indian mangoes, but Egyptian mangoes are way better than American mangoes.
Speaking of Indian mangoes, there is a movie that is available on Netflix called Mango Dreams, and it's a really really awesome, heartfelt movie. It's about some pretty heavy subjects, but it's a really cute movie, like about an older character that's starting to go senile, and it's such a good movie. Such a good movie. Mango Dreams. There's not a whole lot of mangoes in the movie. I think it's just like the type of mango is like only from the region where he grew up, but like he had been separated from that region, you know, after independence in India, and you know, grew old and lived his whole life and realized he remembered that mango tree. Like, I want to get back, and ended up going on like a really crazy adventure to try to get back to his homeland, which had been turned into Pakistan actually, which is really cool. Come on, you got all this cherry energy. Come on, you can do it. Come on, boy. Come on, I'll help you. Jump. Kayla, I'm finally gonna see Nick tonight.
Oh, good.
Yeah, he said he was gonna come here, but I guess he got carried away with something.
Yeah, he was here Monday for a minute. That was actually,
right.
yeah. You all stayed. Hi, Eric.
Hello.
Hey,
Eric, thank you for obeying the bridge.
Yeah. You want me to go across the bridge?
Welcome back.
Hey, how's it going?
It's good.
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 We were talking
Am I
about
interrupting?
fruits. No, we were talking about fruits.
Yeah.
Fruits.
Do you have any interesting fruit stories you'd like to share?
I said, well, is a banana a fruit?
That's a great story.
Yes.
Please share it.
Yeah. I was in Chaozhou, and we're crossing a street, and luck has it, I slipped on a banana peel. I was able to catch myself before my head hit the pavement, but everybody was just so worried. Oh, are you okay? And I was there cracking up. It happens. So, yeah, that's a great story in China. Yeah.
Like, you really can slip on a banana peel. What do you know?
Yeah.
They are very slippery, yes.
Wow.
They are.
I don't know why cartoons thought that was common knowledge, but it is true. They are very slippery.
Maybe it used to be more. I don't know.
No.
Not many people throw peels on the ground.
Right.
I guess cartoons taught us that. Don't do it.
It's dangerous, of course.
Well, it's good to do in Mario Kart.
Do they?
Yeah. That's like such a cool. I love Mario Kart. That's a fun game.
I'm pretty disappointed in real life when I drive over arrows and it doesn't make me go faster.
Oh, here it
You
is.
off and you don't have one of those handy dandy red turtle shells.
Yeah. It's funny.
What else about fruit are you talking about?
Mangoes?
Yeah, mangoes.
Mangoes.
Jumping from one side to the other though.
Fig.
Figs?
We had some fig for a minute there.
I haven't brought up my favorite fruit, which I try to work into every conversation.
Chocolate.
Ooh, chocolate.
Chocolate is a fruit?
No, but
It's a berry, I think, or a nut. I don't know.
It's derived from a fruit, yeah.
yeah,
Is it made from fruit?
Cacao.
that's true.
Yeah,
Cacao.
Fruit, yeah.
It's like a bean
Right, but
with
it's
a harder shell.
bean. Is a bean a fruit?
Mhm.
It's a seed, which is part of a fruit.
Seed. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a seed. Okay.
What were
makes
you
sense.
gonna tell us, Charlotte? Your favorite fruit?
Cherimoyas. Hands
Cherimoya.
down.
I don't know this.
You were
You know,
introducing all
that's
sorts of cool things.
nobody knows about them.
Why? Nice.
Cherimoyas are the lobster of fruit. They cost like $5 a pound. They grow in in the Americas. I don't know, somewhere near the equator. They like to grow in the highlands. So, like they say, they like to grow in view of the snow, which is a beautiful metaphor. They're green and they look like they're scaly. But you cut them open, they have this very amazing white flesh that is very sweet and floral. It's got like the perfect texture to it, and is inexplicably riddled with giant black seeds. But other than that, they're fantastic.
Yeah, okay, I do know this fruit, and they are great. I got exposed to them in the Caribbean when I lived there, but they called
Exposed?
them... Exposed, yeah, I got introduced.
Introduced.
Yeah, they exposed themselves to me in the Caribbean. But they called them sugar apples.
Oh.
Sugar apples. Super sweet. Super densely sweet.
Yeah.
And they almost taste like soursop. I think soursop, I don't know if they're the same thing, actually. But most people have heard of soursop.
Nope, not me. I'm sheltered, though. In the fruit and food world, I'm pretty sheltered. I see half a Bitcoin.
That's like still $15,000.
Yep.
Wow, yeah.
Or it's also known as a custard apple, because yeah, it's got a very custardy texture.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But it's not the same as a soursop. It's different than the soursop. Which soursop you can find like even in mainstream grocery stores. The nectar in the can, you know. So if you're ever craving that taste, you can get the cake.
Yeah, cherimois are generally consumed locally. They don't get very far in the distribution network, so most people have not heard of them outside of the regions where they grow.
Yeah.
Oh,
and to be clear, it's not that they don't travel well. It's that people eat them before they get out of the region.
Oh yeah. Like the tea in Chaozhou, the Dansong. 90% of it is consumed right there.
Wow.
Maybe not 90. 80 maybe.
Yeah, it's a big estimate. Yeah. But it's because they fill their gaiwans so damn much.
They do. They do. Like 10 grams for a 100 milliliter gaiwan.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yay.
Yeah, I think that those fruits, they ripen super fast. Yeah, I don't think they preserve well. And that's why, yeah.
So maybe that's one reason it doesn't.
Yeah, they don't get transported around.
Mm-hmm.
I've had them in China as well. I think they grow in a lot of places around the world.
Oh.
But yeah, the nectar, like the juice, that's the main way I've tasted it preserved.
I know. Is this streaming?
We are still streaming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just wondering.
Yeah, you look great, Eric.
Thanks. I had to try on a what?
You just shared your banana slipping story. I love that story.
It's a great story. I like sharing it myself. No. It's one of those stories that like what's the most embarrassing thing that happened to you? One of those kind of things.
That's it.
No, but that's what I'm willing to share. especially when you're streaming here.
That's fair.
Everything I say can be written down and used against me in court, right?
Oh my goodness. I guess
Maybe.
so, but who's gonna do that?
You'd be surprised. I got some enemies. I think.
You don't. Come on, Eric.
I think.
I'm sure I do. I'm sure I do.
Yeah, maybe from a past life. I don't know anybody that.
Are you gonna walk across camera?
You're so friendly to everybody.
I try to be, and then I end up being, rude. Unfortunately, I say things without thinking.
Yeah, but I think that everybody kind of understands that about you.
Well, now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it must be in a past life that, you know, because everybody, like, yeah, we know, oh, that's just Eric, just talking like Eric, but.
Oh my God, Kitty. She's trying to lay down in the middle of everything. She's going to push everything off the table.
That's what they do.
Sounds like a cat, yeah.
It's their job. It's their job description.
I saw this great meme. It was like a cat at a podium that was running for president, and it was like, as my first order of business, and the next frame was they like pushed all their notes off, and they were like, didn't know what to say. Yeah, they're just like, excuse me.
Somewhere I heard that cats only meow to like humans.
Yeah.
I've been told that, yeah.
They like
they don't
develop
meow to each
that.
other.
Totally. I've heard this.
Weird.
Their way of being like, yes, the human I can't think of the word.
Yeah, I've heard it described as like natural selection gaslighting. They do it to like confuse us, to make us feel yeah, that we did something wrong.
I saw this in this movie. This dog, started to speak. Not doing it. Not that it matters what it is, but he said, "Yeah, we don't really like our bellies rubbed. We only do it because you like to do it."
Yeah.
No.
Bitcoin, you don't like your belly rubbed? Huh? You like your belly rubbed?
Does he? Not all dogs do. Most dogs, probably. It's behind the ear they like.
Oh yeah, and under the.
Oh yeah.
And...
I like that too. That's the way into my heart. Scratching my ear and under my chin.
You should put that on your profile.
Yeah, I should.
I am looking for someone to scratch my chin.
Mm-hmm.
You should fill out a whole profile like you're a dog.
Yeah, yeah.
Interests include going for walks, pooping in public, chasing balls.
Chasing balls.
You might be surprised with who you attract, Eric. It may end up being.
But is it the right type of person I attract,
Well, and that's the thing. It would be, right? Because you're being like 100% authentic of
right.
what you like,
I mean, yeah, I would like someone to scratch my neck, but I mean, that seems a little weird. I'll just put it in a paragraph of all dog type things. Yeah. That's surprisingly good, this tea.
Another meme on TikTok is mostly women. I think it's only been women that post screenshots of like some of the men's profiles on dating apps. It's pretty bad.
Some of them like
yeah. People are damaged.
And I'm like, and you matched me with this, okay, Cupid? But so like this is a high percentage match for you, and I'm like, is that just because of where I'm located right now? Because no. But
yeah, I probably should answer more of those questions. I don't know. Not that that really matters. I don't think that really
questions really do. Do you want to know what they really do?
What?
This is my theory. The questions are there to make you emotionally invest in OkCupid. It's not to actually match you to anything. It's to make you spend time on the platform so you feel like you can't leave the platform because you don't want to do all this bullshit again.
Right.
It locks you in.
Yeah.
Essentially, yeah.
Other platforms are much simpler. Hey, Nick.
He's here now.
Yay! Bitcoin. Say hi, Nick.
Hello, Bitcoin.
Nick, on Monday, I didn't even realize till after we hung up, you were like, let's get together and procreate. And I was like, okay, cool. And then I was like, it's so weird. Like, procreate is just, it doesn't even faze me.
I laughed right away at that.
Yeah, that's what cued me to it, like, afterwards. I was like, oh.
Why was Elise laughing?
Oh, shit. I missed that. Oh, damn. Oh, I only just now got that. That's funny.
I was like, all right, cool. See you later.
Damn.
I'm like, oh, cool. That's cool. My friends are just casually procreating together. Cool.
Yep. It's super cash.
If all the cool kids are doing it.
Damn. That's funny. Yeah, I didn't even like think of that correlation.
Right?
I've had Procreate for like months. About 2 months.
It's an app or something?
It's a drawing app on iPad. It's like $10 and it's free forever, or it's $10 and you get it forever. And it's got a lot of really cool features. Like they're always updating features. You can like create your own brushes.
Cool.
I actually plan to get on it right now.
Could I make a Bitcoin brush? Like take Bitcoin's head right
think
there?
you probably could, yeah, and then you can like make it any
Cool.
color you would want. You probably could. I haven't made my own brush other than like a pixel brush.
Right. Pixel is in like a single.
Just a square.
Pixel.
Just
Okay,
single
yeah.
square, yeah.
Not like the phone Pixel. You ever made a Pixel Android Pixel phone app brush?
Oh, Eric, why don't you?
Yeah,
just
this
slip
isn't.
I'm trying.
Yeah, this is on iPad. This is an Apple product.
Mm-hmm.
An iPod.
Yeah, it's a whole nother.
It's a whole thing.
But it's cool because you can like import photos and stuff, create a layer on top of it, and then like redraw on top.
Trace.
Like you see.
No, I'm just kidding.
Let's see some of this stuff. Man, I need to get busy.
I'm
Yeah.
not sure if my cat likes me petting her. I think she doesn't, and she's just too lazy to stop me.
Nice.
That was in Procreate.
What?
You
what
gotta
is
get
size
busy
is
and
that?
Procreate.
What size is yours?
Screen size. Oh, I have it in Air.
An Air. Nice.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. Is that
So
10
is
inches?
that like 9 or? Yeah.
Something like
bit.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
10
takes
bit.
getting used to with the Apple Pencil. It's a very different feeling than drawing on paper or painting on canvas. It's because every different texture and every line you make, like ergonomically, it's going to feel the same. Whereas usually I feel the graphite on paper, or I feel the ink on the brush on the paper, or paint on canvas. This is all like this plastic on glass screen. So
Yeah.
it's an adjustment for sure. And then like scaling it properly and like zooming in and out and like working on certain details. It can be fun. It's different. It's a completely different medium.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say the future, but it's actually the present. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's true.
So just remember, when it comes to procreating, the size of the tool does not matter. It's all timing.
It's the girth, really.
Yeah. And you got a plan. Just Procreate planning. It's very important.
10 inches. You don't need 10 inches. That's
Just no way.
That hurts. 10 inches hurts. Wow, 10 inches.
It's funny. As if you're familiar. I don't know. You might be. I don't know. Who am I to say? So what's going on, guys? What were you guys talking about prior?
Us guys
Fruit.
and gals have been talking about fruit. Speaking of procreate. Actually, Nick, I had shared, my thing about mangoes, about how much of an intimate act it is to to eat.
Really?
I mean, yeah. And like you're like out.
Yeah.
Hanky panky, everybody lit.
Like dripping down his face. Take pictures.
Oh my God. God bless it. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Is there any fruit stories you'd like to share, Nick?
Oh fuck. Where do I start?
So many.
Like, don't get me started on the durian stories. Good Lord. Yeah.
Oof. I can smell it. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, baby.
I can feel it like in the roof of my mouth, like in ice cream
I got
form.
it. It's just going right down all the way for me. I can always get it. I almost feel it.
Yeah.
No, I don't think I've ever had durian.
Huh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it doesn't taste. It tastes completely different than it smells.
Yeah.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
To me, it
And
tastes
it's-
like apple cheese.
Mm.
Actually, sounds good.
Apples and
It's
cheese
like-
is a good combo.
Tastes like apple, but like kind of a consistency of a real waxy cheese. Like, I don't know.
Interesting.
What were you gonna say, Nick?
To me, it's a lot about the experience of opening one, because I only use my hands to open it. So it's the experience of like holding this cold, spiky fruit that, you know, I've had to like put some planning and intention into even getting. Like, yes, you can just go to the Asian market and buy it, but usually like I buy it for a special occasion.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't bought one in a long time, but you know, when I was first introduced to it, and you know, the many times I had it after were like specifically for special occasions. And yeah, it's so there's like a planning and intention behind having it. It's holding it cold and spiky, and even maybe like doing some like acupuncture-esque like rubbing on your body.
Quite an experience.
It is, yeah. And then you know, observing it and finding the sections of it that are like what other way do I put this? The spot that you can put your fingers in,
The seam?
and yeah, finding a seam for it and then like ripping it open.
Oh gosh,
This- of course,
This is
yeah,
sounding
yeah.
sexual.
It did until that part.
I mean, fruit.
It's pretty erotic.
It's pretty sexual.
to me,
It's like
yeah.
primal.
To
Because
me,
you're like,
the experience of, yeah. Anyway,
Mhm.
but
Like
then
an
you
erotic
know,
Avalon.
it's like nothing you've ever seen before. You know, like no, it looks like no other fruit.
Yeah, I've seen them. I haven't opened it up or anything. I got to do that someday with someone important to me.
Yeah,
Have
maybe.
a real experience with it. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I just have this infatuation with it because I never had it until I was like 20 or so, and you know, maybe somebody in a part of the country who grew up near it, like, just like, oh yeah, it's durian. It looks, yeah, it's normal. You know?
right, seeing it all the time.
But to me, it's like this very exotic, special kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Nick, you want to see the cave I'm working on?
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Cave. Oh.
Yeah, we'll
That's
be able
cool.
to hang out in a cave in my little Topia world.
Cool. Can you make it so like the little people go like behind the first part?
Yeah, they'll enter through here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it'll look like you go inside because that'll be the
Yeah.
front layer. And then they'll be in front of the wall, so that's the back. And I had thought about trying to make a projector of some sort on the wall, so it's like, you know, come in the cave and we'll watch a movie, or we can watch this Cello Joe live stream, or whatever.
Yeah.
during Burning Man, I can have like viewing parties in the cave of things that are other places. So, yeah, I feel good about
Nice.
it. It's taken several days.
Very nice.
Are you gonna make your Topia world, or are you gonna put that into your world?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I want to do a bunch of rock stuff. Just, you know, like I've been going to all these hikes and seeing all these amazing rocks, and I want to incorporate that because I like to climb around on rocks and do that in Topia too. I thought about making a stage kind of similar to like Red Rock Amphitheater, you know, like having stones on the periphery.
I'm getting sleepy, so I'm gonna go.
Okay. Good
See ya,
job
Freddie.
listening.
Later, man.
Bye.
See you later.
Have a great weekend.
Hey, that other person just walked away. Who was that?
Charlotte?
Charlotte?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's Charlotte. Charlotte's new. Actually, Charlotte came because of Polly Superstar. I don't know if you've met her. She's the one that runs the Kinky Salon.
Ooh, fun.
Heard of that?
No.
Yeah, she's based in Vegas. She moved from the Bay Area, but she puts on like sex positive parties.
Sweet.
And,
Cool.
they've been
Wait, did she just say she was... Did she just say bye?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Charlotte.
I see.
Yeah.
Did you get voices mixed up?
Yeah.
Mm.
And then Sam. Oh, Sam had to go do something, right? But we still gotta hang out with his dogs, which is cool.
Out of the corner of my eye, his dog kind of looked like Bitcoin. So I thought it was funny. Like, I was like, what the hell? Like, Bitcoin's on a separate Topia than Elise.
Oh man, it's so funny that you thought that was Bitcoin, because those dogs are beasts. They are some dogs.
They are
Really?
big.
Bitcoin's just
They're dogs, dog.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I brought some fried. Oh, I
Oh
have.
man.
That's why Bitcoin's still hanging out with me. He's like, I know
You
didn't
left?
finish your... Well, no, he's on my lap.
Oh.
Yeah, because he's still begging for more food. Yeah, see, he's here.
Poor Bitcoin.
You know, he's starving. I never feed him. He never gets to eat. Yeah, I fried some plantains this morning.
Hey guys, sorry to disappear, but I gotta get out of here. There's a fire like a half an hour, 40 minutes away, and I just kind of need to be paying attention.
Oh god. Okay.
Oh man. Okay.
So,
Good luck.
So far so good. It's a long ways away. It's very close to a friend's house, and I may have to run over and save a cat because he's out of town.
Oh
But,
gosh.
Oh, dude.
yeah,
Alright.
I'm gonna go take care of this.
Oh man.
All
But
right. Well.
I'll see you
Good luck.
guys. Thanks for being here.
Do your best.
Yeah. It's too early.
I know, right?
Too early for fire season.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, man. That's crazy.
I'm kind of like
Ay.
wanting to go get my things out of storage up in Oregon.
Yeah, there's fires up there too.
Yeah, there are.
Oh yeah.
Last year was insane.
My brother was on alert, but he lucked out.
Yeah, we just had really bad air quality for like 3 weeks, and I was backpacking when it started. So it was like over Labor Day. So I was like, did a 5-mile hike and got back to camp and saw all this smoke, and I was like, now I gotta carry 40 pounds out on adrenaline. But anyways, fire season.
Jeez.
I actually was in Vegas for some of that time. I was able to get on a plane, and there was still smoke there, but not like how there was in
Yeah.
Oregon.
Yeah, that was a crazy time.
Hmm. That was when your birthday was happening, because I came to your Topia party, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Oh man, birthdays.
I know.
Getting older. It's gonna happen.
I'll have to come to the next one.
Yeah, man. Maybe I'll have an in-person party.
Ooh,
Do I want to see you in person, really?
Yeah, I want to see you slip on a
I don't know.
Okay.
Elise, you're okay. You're little. Oh man. I think when I said Elise, my computer heard Siri.
What?
Get it together, Siri. Hey, but anyway, your little icon, dude, is dancing. Is that because you're live?
No. It's just because he can dance. Yours can dance
Oh.
too. It's a new feature. You haven't been
You can
here so
dance if
long.
you want to.
Yay, we're all dancing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet.
And then you can be like, fire! Look out!
What?
Yeah. You have to go on a
Is it?
quest.
Oh.
And there's
What?
this new world called
Christ.
Greatness. It's like
Okay.
topia.io/greatness, I think. And you go on a quest. And once you complete the quest, you enter a phrase, and then you can get this fire emoji.
Mm-mm.
But they were saying it's a new, Topia thing where you can have like a party and certain people get it, and then it's a way to, I don't know, have a secret club.
Yeah. Interactivity.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
I'm excited for the tea portal that Sam was talking about.
I don't know about the tea portal.
He says he wants to have a portal on the marketplace that's like some teacups, and it, sends people to the tea house.
Oh, okay. Nice.
And I'm like, I will put that at my tea house with Uncle Iro.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was hanging out in there yesterday. They had an event.
Was there a lot of people there?
I think there were maybe like 20 people in the room, but they were all kind of scattered. The world was gigantic. But there was a little amphitheater where the artists were talking. And then before that, it was like Dylan and Danielle and some of the other people. Yeah, there's like a new feature. It's like you can take any asset and make it a broadcast mode. So if somebody like walks up to the microphone, then they're broadcasting. And it's a really good way to do like a Q&A.
Oh, yeah. That is a good idea.
So, and I think you can make any item that, like not just the microphone, but it was neat to see it happen. See it in action.
Yeah, yesterday was a big day for Topia. I didn't go to any, although I did keep coming to the tea house because Sam texted me earlier in the morning and was like, hey, we should expect a lot of traffic. So I kept joining from my phone because now it's working from mobile.
Ooh,
but it's
I didn't know
audio
that.
only.
Oh.
It's audio only, which is fine. You just can't put your video on, but you can still see the world and see your little Topi walking around the world. You can just only hear the talking and speak.
That must be what I was seeing yesterday, because it felt like a lot of people had their video off.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's kind of cool. Is it via web browser or do they have an app? Okay. That's cool. Fun.
Okay, I'll do it right now. Oh, Bitcoin.
Bye,
Just
Bitcoin.
broke my headphones.
Evil.
Yeah.
Naughty boy. I hope they weren't good headphones. That can be expensive.
I hear your iPad tapping.
Do you?
Yeah.
That would have been a good one.
I know that sound.
Yeah, I'm thinking about getting some kind of nib to give it a little more attraction.
Oh yeah, they probably sell like different nibs, right?
Mm-hmm.
How long have you been using Procreate?
How long have I been using it?
Yeah.
Like 2 weeks.
Okay.
Not very
There's
long.
yeah, there's okay. There's a lot of things you can do with it.
I'm learning.
Yeah, you can do a lot with it.
What is your
like you can move layer. Like I just found out the other day, you can move layers to different canvases.
Okay. Yeah.
Hi, Elise.
That it shows the icon though that there's a phone, so it didn't show that yesterday. Okay.
Oh.
People must have just had their video off.
Well, Elise is muted right now, so on both sections. Oh yeah.
Just creating a bit of an echo for you if I keep myself, because my headphone, Bitcoin just broke my headphones. So.
What? What do you do?
Well, he was like on my lap, and he was, just not wanting to get off, and I threw him off, and then.
Oh.
Like my headphones said.
And then what?
It was like wrapped in his legs, and just all the wires.
I don't think that's Bitcoin's fault. He just wanted to be close to you. Out of rage, you threw him away, and your headphones broke. Don't blame it on Bitcoin. Come on.
Okay, but you can hear me now. All right, yeah, this is my phone audio.
Okay.
Wild.
Yeah, I can tell. Yeah, I can tell. Yeah, it sounds a bit more like muffled. It sounds like Clubhouse.
Oh, Clubhouse. Are you doing Clubhouse now?
I have one, but I've had one since February, but I have yet to join a Clubhouse or make a Clubhouse.
I only know about Clubhouse from you guys talking about it.
Yeah.
I'm not interested.
Did anyone respond to your Facebook post about
No,
okay.
Not even a like.
Your Facebook post about what?
Fine.
I said on Facebook, please do not send me an invite.
Nobody did.
Nobody did? Nobody even liked it.
They're like, okay.
No, Eric, that's
we
not
won't.
accurate. I think that 8 people liked it, including myself.
No, 4 people.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Elise, for the hug, the care, or whatever it is. Miriam Coleman, Eric Scott, and Jeffrey Norman. All T friends. Interesting.
Yeah.
They're like, we respect your boundaries and we will not.
My cousin just had a baby.
Oh, babies.
Oh, I'm sleeping. What a pleasant surprise.
I'm excited about no babies because I have a app that helps me track my ovulation. So now, and it's FDA certified as birth control. Yeah. So it's like a form of birth control where I measure my temperature every day, and mostly based on the temperature is how they calculate it, but also when my cycle starts, and then I have the option of taking a test to find out this spike in a luteinizing hormone, which happens 24 to 48 hours before ovulation. And then you can also track, mucus consistency and symptoms, and the algorithm doesn't use all that, but it's good for me to know my body and what happens each month. And it feels incredible to know this much about my body and to feel confident in like, because I had a pretty good understanding of my ovulation already, you know, with consistency of mucus and stuff like that, but this really helped me to like hone it in and normalize it too. I get these great texts every day and they're like, you're doing a great job measuring, or like, your curves
Positive
are looking
feedback.
great, and the curves are like the graph, you know, the algorithm. But it just
Not the curves.
Yeah. Well, they have like plays on things, and it's cute. It's like if I'm having a bad day, typically my app like helps me smile when I go to add my temperature. So
you got to plug in the temperature manually, of course. Probably all of that you have to plug in manually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's fine if it helps, you know.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, and it's the consistency. Like rather than take a pill every day, I just enter my temperature, and I don't have the hormone imbalance, you know, or influx. And that works for some people. Some people, the hormones help regulate things. I did not enjoy it when I was doing that.
My friend got, I think, like an implant that's like a 7-year birth control thing.
In the arm?
Yeah. I haven't seen her since she's done that, but I don't know if you can actually feel it or something.
Yeah, it's palpable. I've had clients.
What is it called?
I forget. Do you know, Elise?
Is it an IUD?
No.
I'm not sure if it's the same as that, because the IUD is like a T-shaped thing that is inserted up past the cervix, and it's like in your uterus.
Yeah.
And it's like
IUD. Yeah.
Yeah. And the other one goes in the arm, and I've had clients, you know, they have to tell me for intake, like, hey, I have this here, so if you're working on my arm, just be mindful.
Oh, it's something. Oh, it goes in your arm.
They just call it a contraceptive implant.
Yeah.
4
I wonder
years.
what the mechanism. Are you researching it right now, Eric? Can you tell us what the mechanism of it? Like, how does it stop fertilization from happening, or does it stop? Is that a hormonal thing?
I'm trying to look that up.
He's all, stay tuned.
Mayo Clinic.
I
will say
Eric's ads are going to become really funny now.
I'm gonna get some good ads. I will say that my favorite form of birth control is vasectomy.
Wow.
Yeah. Steady dose.
Now, why is that your favorite?
Progestational hormone. Yeah, so it adds hormones. That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it adds hormones. I personally like vasectomies because it like if a partner has had one, it demonstrates to me that they like care about their role in pregnancy and like it's reversible. And if they for sure like I don't want kids, it's like way less invasive than you know having your tubes tied or a hysterectomy or I don't know, even the hormones can really take a toll. So
yeah, I bet that would be like pretty harsh, all those hormones. I don't know. I mean,
yeah,
I'm obviously male.
Yeah. So
I mean, I shouldn't prove that I'm male. Not when we're streaming, but
I'll take your word for it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hugs, but no kisses.
I think the important element of this conversation specifically, and you know, Nick, your really fast response to that is highlighting this part of the argument around like why vasectomies are the more equal or the better, you know, birth control option. Is that like women are only fertile like 48 hours out of every month.
Mm-hmm.
While men are fertile like 24/7 all the time.
Yeah.
Right. So
And,
why
like-
put the burden of birth control on the woman whenever the man is the one who can like infinitely procreate irresponsibly, you know?
Right. Like I have control over being like, oh wow, I'm ovulating. I can like abstain and like not become pregnant. Hopefully, it doesn't work all the time, but I can have that knowledge. And also as a woman, I can become pregnant and be pregnant for 9 months and have one child. A man could be continuously having babies every day, multiple times a day with different women.
Yeah.
It's just completely not equal. And there's all these regulations too for women being able to do this or not do this, and it has to do with fertility. And it's like maddening and rage inducing. And it like, we are simultaneously overly sexualized, where we're like objects a lot of the time, and like shamed for like wanting to have pleasure and like, I don't know, a healthy sexual life, like a healthy sexuality, right? And if we have a healthy sexuality and we end up getting pregnant, it doesn't like, it depends on who the partner is, whether or not we're gonna like have help in that process, and how planned it was or if it wasn't. So yeah, I think vasectomies are awesome, and I feel happy when I meet a person when I meet a man who's like interested in being my sex partner and has one or is open to getting one.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, they're really like non-invasive, right? Like I think it's just like an in and out fast procedure that can easily be reversed.
And I've heard you don't even need general anesthesia.
Wow, I didn't know that.
I think somebody told me that, but I don't know if that's true.
I think it's true. I think it's true.
Yeah.
And it's like, of course, it's still a surgery.
I'm vasectomies, and now I'm gonna get some ads. Fuck.
Yep.
I'll pay my cash after this.
All right, we got the birth control for Aaron and Nick showing up on the Facebook feed.
It'll be good for you, Nick. It'll be good.
What has actually been better for me is abstinence.
Yeah. Well, I did that for 8 years, so I'm fucking over that personally. But
I've done that for 35.
By choice, 8 years of abstinence by choice.
Yeah, and that's not completely true. There have been a couple of sex partners, but not like long-term sex partners. Or, like the level of meaningful relationship that I'm wanting. But yeah, by choice. I went through a pretty traumatic breakup, and after that was like, all right, time to be me and work on all the things that were like coming up for me in that relationship, where like I was not healthy and I was not a caring, loving partner, and projecting my stuff, and yeah, wanting to take time to work on that.
That's good.
Yeah, so I'm almost there. I'm a little bit sad because the partner I just broke up with was like, has an appointment for their vasectomy consultation. And I'm like,
You missed it.
huh?
He's like the wrong timing.
No, it's good timing because it's like his personal choice for his life, Like,
right.
Good idea for him to do this, but like,
of course.
I am sad because now I have this like pinpointed algorithm of my ovulation, and there's like my partner was gonna have a vasectomy. I'm like, all my dreams of like unprotected, safe sex with a safe person, like, yeah.
But even that is a challenge. I read a study one time that monogamous couples are more likely to spread STDs than like polyamorous couples, or
how?
Because that's like polyamorous relationships and monogamous relationships both rely upon honesty. But polyamorous relationships rely, like, they absolutely cannot exist without honesty. And so it's almost as if honesty is practiced more in polyamory than it is in monogamy. Not saying that all monogamous relationships are like this, but it's very likely that whenever you like have this unconditional trust of like, we're monogamous, there's never any questions asked. And then that another thing is that a lot of the men in the relationships become very comfortable in this like safe, unprotected sex with their monogamous partner, that whenever they do have sex with a partner outside, they're more likely not to use protection because they're accustomed to, polyamorous relationships are much more tuned in with that. Like, that's a priority in how they deal with relationships.
I think the important piece is, like, regardless of if it's monogamous or polyamorous, is to like normalize talking about this shit like all the time. Like, it doesn't ever stop, you know? I was in this.
And monogamy, that stops. Like, once you decide you trust each other, like, you're not constantly keeping that dialogue open with each other. That's key.
But I don't know that I feel like that's generalized. Like, and there is a large percentage of the population that's like that, but like, I'm pretty monogamous and I'm always talking about this shit. And I haven't been in a long-term relationship in a long time, but you know, I think that it's becoming more normal for monogamous couples to talk about it too. So it's not just like, oh, we've reached this plateau and now this is how life is, you know, because we're dynamic, we're human, we always change, our needs change, our feelings change. We can't always have our needs met by just one person. Like, I have to talk with my partner about like, hey, I'm craving more intimacy and you're craving, you know, isolation. Like, we need to talk about this so we can both have our needs met. Like, you need space and I need cuddles. Or, you know. So maybe like, I'm gonna go visit one of my friends and we're gonna watch a movie and snuggle. And I don't know, I'm open to the idea of like some level of polyamory. I just want to have like a healthy one-person relationship first, you know, like developing my ability to trust and be trusted and just obscenely honest, you know, insanely honest.
Yeah, so that's a
honesty is big.
Yeah. And a lot of people, like, some people just don't want to be in that relationship. They're like, yo, I'm done talking about my feelings and like direct, honest communication. And I'm like, well, I don't know. It's what I need. So, what's up, Seth? Good luck.
Greetings, everyone. How are you?
Good.
Doing well.
Seems like a fun channel.
Yeah.
We have so much fun here. But hey, Seth, I've got to be forthright with you. Full transparency. I am streaming our conversation to the internet. So with your consent, just letting you know. But we are currently talking about the higher risk of the transfer of STDs among monogamous relationships over polyamorous relationships. So
interesting.
This is definitely not a PG conversation going on. So.
Well, I appreciate the heads up. I am fairly comfortable with most conversations. So I'm just taking a little break from startup life and making some tea and seeing Utopia in action.
Is that a Yeti mug?
This is a Yeti mug, actually.
I've got that in purple.
I mean, they definitely charge too much, but they are fantastic in terms of insulation. Anyway,
I can't drink my coffee for 3 hours because it's like that good.
I have to keep the lid off to let it cool. I agree. Anyway, I will be quiet so I don't derail your conversation. But yeah.
What tea are you drinking? You said you're drinking some tea?
Yeah, it's called Bing Wan Yin. It's an oolong. It's also known as Drunken Goddess or Drunken Goddess in Chinese. Something Goddess of Protection or something like that. It's delicious.
Yeah.
Iron Goddess of Mercy.
Yeah, that one.
Yep.
Is it a Chinese or a Taiwanese Tiguan Yin?
Chinese.
So it's a
Tiguan Yin. Is it greener?
Greener?
Is it like a green oolong versus like a very dark?
I would say it's like kind of in between. Like, it's not a super dark oolong, but it's not a super like light green one. It's kind of like a right in the middle.
Right. Okay.
Kind of tea.
Yeah. Because when it comes to Chinese Tiguan Yin, I prefer like like a little roasty, a little heavier oxidized, but not too much. Not too much.
Tea drinker, yes. Yeah, I agree. I like the slightly heavier. Oh, nice! You actually have a little tea table there. That's awesome.
Yeah. I feel like I want to quote Daniel right now, like the kingpin of tea in North America.
Oh my goodness!
Elise is
an actual tea table. This makes me so happy.
Yeah.
You're
amongst friends here.
I had your oolong kind of on this because I'm drinking an oolong and it's very much on the green side.
I'm drinking an oolong too.
Oh my goodness, it's an oolong party.
Team.
Nick, you gotta get some oolong.
I know, man.
I have a lap song, unfortunately.
Oh man.
Very good lap song. It's not smoke.
I like lap
It's a
song.
very good lap song. 2008 too. It's aged really well.
Yummers.
I used to have a tea table, like one like that actually that you have, Elise, and I was like play fighting one of my friends in high school, and like they ended up getting tossed onto the bed frame and it broke, and the entire bed like fell and crushed like all of the china and broke the table. It was very sad.
That is sad. I'm glad it was play that
Not
did
an
it,
actual-
but like that's still...
Yeah.
Wow.
1 second, someone's giving me a call. I'll be right back.
Okay.
One of the nice things about here, I can just walk away and not interrupt all of you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that's sweet. We have a real live tea drinker joining us. Wow.
Awesome.
I know.
Pretty neat.
I don't have a Yeti mug.
Yeah?
No.
He knew to
I
walk
have,
away. That's so fun.
Yeah, consider it. Very nice.
Very considerate.
You would need one for your road trip that you're going to take with Jeremy so that you can keep the tea flowing for you.
Is that still on?
It's totally on. Eric, you should totally
Oh,
do
boy.
it. And Jeremy's like super nice guy. You would have
He
like,
seems nice.
good conversations with each other. And it would be a win-win because you were just talking about how you need a change of air or, something to do.
Yeah.
Is this for the tea festival?
That
you're talking about?
Yeah. So Jeremy is thinking about driving. It's 26 hours
Whew.
driving from Indiana to Vegas.
I'll be in the passenger seat whisking up some matcha all the time.
With your Yeti bug. Yeah, exactly.
Great.
Ooh. I hope it's not a bumpy road. Don't want that stuff on my clothes. I bet matcha really stains.
Not too bad.
It's not too bad.
Get yourself some green pants.
I'm wearing some green pants.
Yeah, like a
Awesome.
like a matcha colored like jumpsuit, like mechanic, like a mechanic's jumpsuit but matcha
No,
colored.
I need a matcha colored
I'd be
zoot
down.
suit. I need a zoot suit.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
That'd be funny. You got a pocket watch that always says tea time.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
I'm liking this. Jeremy rolls up with his
Own
weird
your-
art. You've got the matcha colored jumpsuit with like the big clock that says tea time.
Yeah. Let me go on
Yeah.
Etsy and get a suit real quick.
All right.
Can you get a
I'm sure they're
I'm sure you
out
can get
there.
us zoot
Is it
suits.
gonna be
I
a
am
very
sure.
obvious, like a Flava Flav's clock? It's gonna be just,
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And you could have like a satchel with your Gaiwan set, like on your belt. Like, because I have a little Gaiwan set and it's made for travel and it comes in a hard case that you unzip and
Yeah.
you just like put that on your jumpsuit. Of course, you'd be making matcha, so you don't need the Gaiwan.
Yeah.
Well, I prefer guys.
It's a chalice. It'd be a chalice. He has a matcha chalice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I'm liking it.
Right, come on, this is a 26-hour drive each way.
With-
He's gonna need all of this.
Yeah.
I'll bring some
Got
heavy,
the-
strong
got
gun
the-
song.
Got bedazzled like Eric the Carrot on the on the matcha chalice.
I should just get a carrot ceramic Gaiwan.
Yeah.
Or a teapot. You can't really make a Gaiwan out of carrots.
I'm sure the carrot teapot exists.
Has this been a long time nickname, Eric?
No, maybe like only 10
Recent?
years.
Okay.
10 years.
No, maybe less. Maybe like 8 years. Yeah, I guess it was like
Okay.
2015, maybe. Something like that, yeah. I mean, like, old times, I was Eric the Red. Don't like that. I'm not a Viking.
Was that the meaning behind that name? The Red was that you were a Viking, or that you were?
No, Eric the Red was like a Viking king or something like that. I don't know if he was Viking, but he was Scandinavian king.
Hey, Kayla.
And then,
this is for Kayla, real quick. You can merge layers by pinching them
Yeah,
together. Yes.
that's fun. How do you move a layer to a new thing? Do you just copy
Tap and hold it with the pencil, and then like drag it up to gallery.
Okay.
And then wait, and it'll open into the gallery, and then you can move it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hear the maybe not next year's, but soon the next iPad is gonna have the M1 chip in it, which is a MacBook chip.
Yeah.
That's like kind of makes me want one.
Dude.
But I'm not in the Apple system.
I'm feeling pretty happy with that
It makes-
crack in the wall.
I just
that bigger, yeah.
I just recently got into the Apple system, and it makes sense. A lot of it makes sense why, like, you know, how everything integrates, you know.
Right.
Or I was gonna say it makes sense why people love it, and it has this cult-like following.
I think the only thing keeping me from that is, well, money and politics. I'm not very fond of the Apple politics.
Mm-hmm.
But Samsung politics is horrible too, so I don't know about Samsung.
Yeah. Apple's got a pretty big case going on right now with Epic Games, is it?
Is that?
It's like
really?
it's like their it's like the company, I forget what game they made, was it Fortnite or something like that? But the gaming company is suing Apple because of like a monopoly on the App Store.
Oh yeah, Brazil, the country of Brazil, sued Apple for that monopoly of the App Store. Huh? I don't know how that went on, or if it's still going on. I heard that somewhere.
Yeah, it's still going on with Epic. I don't know about the Brazil one though.
No, it seems like it would be a long lawsuit, long drawn out thing.
Yeah.
A lot longer than you'd want, you know?
Yeah.
And those things need to be brought up.
Right. It's crazy how fast tech can move and how slow bureaucratic systems move.
I think by definition, bureaucrat is slow. Maybe not definition, but yeah. When you think of bureaucracy, you think slow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think of Hank Hill. He's like, oh boy, paperwork. Now we're getting somewhere.
I always think of Futurama with Hermes. He's like, oh, I got to stamp it 5 times. And,
oh, yeah.
That's really good bureaucracy joke. Or character. Hank Hill, was he a bureaucrat?
No, he sold propane and propane accessories.
Oh,
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that in ages.
He just likes order and structure. One of my favorite episodes is they're camping, and they just happen to be at the same place that the Rainbow Gathering is going down.
Oh,
so
I remember this.
Like all these hippies start showing up, and Hank is just like so annoyed. And the way Mike Judge makes fun of like liberal hippies is great.
Yeah.
And like I'm kind of a liberal hippie, so you know, he's like pragmatic about it. Yeah, it's funny because the way he ends up getting rid of them is he's like, all right, guys, we're going to dig latrines. And he's like teaching them how to do things like structured and organized. And they're like, whoa, man, you're harshing my mellow. And they like all leave. Which I don't think is actually very accurate of how the Rainbow Gathering is. I think they're actually quite organized and like they have that stuff down. But I've never been, so I don't know.
Maybe they only have it down because of that episode.
I have friends
friends who have gone like a lot, you know, and they comment on how like well it is organized, you know, and how people like have integrity, and it's a communal effort, and like you know, there's not, I don't know, a bunch of stuff left behind, and I don't know from personal experience though.
Just
I mean, I don't either because I have never heard of it. So
okay.
Because I think that there's like, it's like very unorganized, so much so that like people that end up there sometimes just stay there. You know what I mean? Because there's like no rules. It's not like, oh, the event's over, time to go home, everybody.
They just kind of camp out and live.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
They just end up living there for 2 months?
Yeah.
Until...
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
Shit, dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, and so they're hippies, so, you know, like, their own personal ideology is not to leave a mess. But, you know, at least the people that I've known that are, like, actively engaged with that community are not the most, like, homely people, you know? Some of them don't even have homes. Type of a thing, you know, and so they're just constantly traveling to these rainbow gatherings, and you know, if they can't find a hitchhike ride out or they can't get their way around, they're just gonna, you know, wait until the next thing happens. I heard something really bad happened at the last big one in Taiwan, and so there's a little bit of politics about how the organization should go forward. I think there was like some type of like hate crime, like very public hate crime that happened.
That's horrible.
Community. Yeah, and in Taiwan, you know, because like when it was happening in Taiwan, I thought, oh shoot, I should go and take Alfredo, because you know he always sees me post about music festivals and stuff, and he's like, oh, I want to go party, I want to hang out. So I was like, hey, I'll go to Taiwan and we can go to one of these festivals there.
Oh boy. Yeah.
I think a lot of the folks that went are still there, and that was like years ago. There were like still expats in Taiwan.
Wow.
But Taiwan's a nice place to be an expat. I don't know legally, but you know.
Yeah.
I can imagine that there's a portion of those people living there illegally.
Yeah.
Right.
I doubt 100% of those people were like, "Oh yeah, it's lovely here. Let's fill out all the paperwork to live here."
Yeah.
Oh jeez, man, that's crazy.
Now I've got some Taiwanese Jiguanyan.
Nice. You know, I'm curious to ask Seth what his startup is.
Right?
Oh yeah.
Hope he'll come back. Is he still up there? Is that the arrow? What he is of the arrow?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Shit, I hope Sam is gonna be alright.
Yeah. Sounds scary.
Yeah, I kind of want to pull up the IncyWeb and see what it says
about the fires right now. I hope he doesn't have to go get a kitty.
Yeah. Ooh, Elise is gone.
Okay,
Bathroom
so
break.
he's near Yosemite. There's Sequoia. Where is Yosemite in relation? There it is.
It's like
Mono Lake. Here we go.
east of Santa Cruz area, like central-ish. Is that right?
I have no idea what state it's in.
So there's a prescribed
That's funny.
burn. There's 2 prescribed burns going on.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly where he's at though. Oh, here's one.
Where is Yosemite?
Yosemite,
that's
California.
Okay.
That was in April.
Sorry.
For a second, I kind of thought you were joking, and then I figured you might not be too. I wasn't sure. It's
Yeah.
all good.
I'm such an American.
I still I forget where like Yellowstone is.
Yeah.
Right.
And here I Google Yellowstone.
Wyoming, right?
I think it's Wyoming.
I think so too. Dude, yeah, such an American. Yeah, geography is not our strong suit.
It's not even.
Then again,
Yeah,
like,
Wyoming. Mostly in Wyoming.
Hmm.
Also in parts of Montana and Idaho.
Hmm.
Right in that area. I mean, I got like an A++ in my geography class. But there wasn't
Yeah,
that. It was like rural geography, you know?
Okay.
And it was such an easy class. It was disgusting.
Welcome
Hey,
back.
Seth. I
good.
for my next tea, I'm drinking a Taiwanese Tig Wan
How are they different? Or I mean, like, how would you describe the flavor differences?
Well, it's the same cultivar, but Taiwanese tend to really oxidize it and roast it.
Oh, so
it's
you
very
prefer the
carb heavy.
Taiwanese?
Yeah, unfortunately, but no, not unfortunately, but I should say unfortunately, a lot of them are. It's very hard to find a good mellow one because most of them are really dark and heavy.
Mm-hmm.
So it's.
Where all are you all calling in from? I'm in Seattle.
I'm in St. Louis. I'm in St. Louis.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, Seattle.
Kayla.
I'm in Arizona.
Wow, we're all over the place.
Southern Arizona. Yeah. You said Seattle, Seth?
I'm in Seattle right now. Yeah.
Okay.
You ever go to Floating Leaves? T?
I haven't been to Floating Leaves. I got this last batch at a place called Melio in Ballard, which is very good. But I could check out Floating Leaves.
Miro.
Nero?
Is that what it is? In Ballard, there's Miro and Floating Leaves.
I'm sorry, Miro. Yeah, Miro.
Yes.
Long day. Yeah.
I kind of know the. Have you ever been to the Northwest Tea Festival?
I haven't actually.
Oh, it's the best tea festival in the nation, really.
That's impressive, honestly.
Yeah. Such a good tea scene up there.
Yeah, people like it for whatever reason. I'm pretty happy with it, but. Oh man. Oh.
And Elise and I are in Las Vegas.
Oh, Vegas? Cool.
Yeah.
There's great climbing outside of Vegas.
There is.
Red Rocks is amazing.
Yeah.
I don't know if either of you climbed, but
Red Rock.
Red Rock.
Yes. Red Rocks is elsewhere. Right? Colorado?
Red Rock Amphitheater.
Red Rocks. There's Red Rocks and Red Rock is in Vegas. Red Rock Canyon.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. So it's like a world-class destination.
A lot of fun.
And Mount Charleston too. There's some like on the south side of town, like out in the desert somewhere else. Whereas like Red Rock is just outside of town. Like, yeah.
It's like right there.
Yeah. But Elise was gonna ask you about your startup, but she's back now, so
I would love to hear about your startup.
Well, we just did our first like live pre-launch yesterday. You can check it out at pyrm.io. Permio. Essentially, what we're making is you can think of it like Spotify, but for the news. So we keep hitting. Personally, I keep running into paywalls, and I have a super diverse family and people a lot of different perspectives, and it's been harder and harder, in my opinion, for people to communicate. So we're trying to make it easier for people to at least get a perspective on how other people see the world. So I think Spotify for the news is probably the simplest way to think about it. Like full subscription and access to all the news articles.
What is the site?
PY.
Perm.io. pyrm.io. It's a pretty basic landing page right now, but yeah, we're in the process of like fundraising and working out with partners.
Oh.
Yeah. So.
Wait. Sorry.
Pre-registered.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. I just actually sent an email to Alexis and a couple of other people, so it's so a little nervous, but Hakuna Matata.
Alexis, you're on a first name basis. Are you guys old friends?
Actually, we hung out in Pennsylvania, like, I don't remember how long ago, like 8 years ago, I was a pre-freshman, like touring schools, and we ended up going to dinner at this random restaurant with like squiggly noodle chairs, and we kind of kept in like loose contact. I wouldn't say we're friends, but like we would probably recognize each other in a room. That's how I would say it. So we'll see. Yeah. Look. Oh man.
I invited him to come hang out with us here today, but he didn't come.
Busy
Because
guy.
yeah, he just announced that he invested in Topia,
Mhm.
which is great for Topia.
Yeah. Do any of you work for Topia right now?
Not officially.
No, but we're like
It's
super
I do
duper
not.
power
Awesome,
users.
Yeah. Are you working for Topia? No.
No.
You think
I'm not.
Topia is awesome?
I think Topia is awesome. I'm gonna start having our team stand-ups in a Topia actually, or just like I might just keep a like Topia open for our team so people can hop in whenever they want because
It's great.
it's cool. It felt like it was honestly like I hopped into like the Discover world just to like play around with it, and people were really nice and talking, and I was like, this is fantastic.
You just reminded me. I was gonna say hi to Alex. But he's done now. He's also in Seattle and he works for Topia, but he's in the welcome space.
Cool. Yeah.
I interrupted you. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah. What all do you do?
Drink tea.
Drink tea.
I'm working on
I drink
assets for Topia.
That's so cool.
Yeah, I'm wanting to make some items to go, hopefully on the marketplace, but at least just to use in my space and.
That's awesome.
Put things in there.
Have you been doing like graphic art for a while, or is it just like a hobby? Like,
I bought an iPad like 2 weeks ago and was like, I just want to do this.
That's awesome.
I mean, I've always done art, but I've been a massage therapist for 15 years. So, and I'm pretty burnt out and not wanting to touch most people right now. So, I'm gonna do some art for now and see what happens.
Way to go. That's awesome.
Yeah.
One of my friends, she does art stuff and has an iPad, and like the pen apparently like so there are some certain apps with the iPad that it's amazing. Yeah, apparently it's just amazing for like doodling on, like you can do pressure and all kinds of crazy
Procreate.
stuff.
Yeah.
Procreate's
Procreate's the one. Yeah, I'm on it right now.
We were just talking about that too. Yeah.
This is my like exercise where you practice like adding pressure and it makes it like thicker or thinner. So I just do like a whole page of that for practice and
what's cool is you can customize all of those settings in like you can make your own brushes and like customize the angle that they come out in and like the pressure sensitivity, what kind of taper, like how it like follows your pen. Yeah, there's so much you can do. It's like super technical.
I love technology has lots of good and bads, but there are certain aspects of it that I love, like when people make things like that.
Yeah,
It's so fun.
I'm learning to embrace it, technology. Whereas years ago, I was like, avoiding technology at all costs, and now I'm just diving into it. I'm ready to fucking throw my phone in a lake and go like the PCC already. There's so much to learn.
And you can't stop learning because you'll fall behind.
Every day. Topia's like that. Like every day they're like, oh, we just launched this thing. And I'm like, what?
How long have they been around? Like, I saw some videos on YouTube from like 8 months ago, so it seems like they've been around for a little bit.
Over a year, like about a year, right?
Yeah, we started meeting in this space, and this is like one of the first 10 worlds that was created over a year ago, a little over a year ago. The guy that created this world, Sam, he had to leave because there is a forest fire in his area that just started, so we have him in our thoughts now. But he created this world, and he's Topia was started as like one of the companies in this really interesting co-op venture, like a venture co-op.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically like a venture fund, but a co-op where like the members of the co-op like own everything, but it's like instead of putting money into the VC fund, they put in sweat equity or their business. So Topia is one of the products, one of the businesses out of that incubator called Citizens of One. As an entrepreneur, I highly recommend that you check that out. You know, if you hang out in Topia long enough, a lot of the events are for that organization. So you'll end up hearing about it eventually. But it's Sam is like one of the first members of that co-op, and so
I love that. Ecologically aligned human experience.
Yeah.
Smart.
It's really cool. It's some Burning Man shit, but it's cool. It's cool. Which is like, you know, Utopia was one of the Burning Man worlds of last year's Burning Man, and it will be this one. So,
cool.
Yeah, most of burners have some exposure to Utopia from last year. Yeah, Sam does work with Utopia as like a consultant. He's an accountant, so he does some you know, like accounting type work. Yeah, it's too bad he's not here for you to meet him, because he's the one that like put this whole world together and worked with his brother-in-law on the tea-related art assets in here. Were all custom made by him. Yeah.
So it sounds like two of you know each other and two of you are new to each other, or did you four know each other already?
Oh, we've all known each other for years. Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you for allowing me to join in on one of your
Fuck
conversations.
yeah, man.
I appreciate that.
Of course.
Hell yeah, that's what it's about. Yeah. So like I've known Sam, the guy that created this world. I've known him for quite some time, maybe 4 or 5 years now. And you know, he hit me up at the beginning of the pandemic because I had started doing live streaming, and in the beginning when I first started live streaming, I didn't really have programming. I mostly just like randomly invited people into my Zoom room to just hang out with me, and I just streamed it. We've come a long way. So Sam was like, oh, you know, you should come bring that, you know, and we started, this is called Tea Talks. That's like the banner down here is Tea Talks. And so I invited, you know, all of my different tea friends to hang out. And so Thursdays at 2 Pacific, which we've already been here for almost 5 hours. Wow. Yeah, we hang out.
Wow.
We hang out, we drink tea, and then we stream it too. So then, you know, we'll get participation from chat, asking questions and engaging with the conversation. But yeah, we've known each other, like Nick and Kayla, I know from Vegas. Nick has been like a tea student for many, many years. Eric was actually the first customer of an auction product that I launched, you know, on my platform. That was freaking over 8 years ago, Eric.
Yeah, was that 2010 or 2011?
12. That was in 12.
It was 12. Okay, 12.
Yeah. So I have a company, Seth. I have a company. It's a B2B marketplace for direct trade agriculture products.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so it's like a wholesale supply chain, transparency in supply chain, specializing in the Camellia sinensis crop, which is tea. So, you know,
this all makes sense. It's all coming together now.
Yeah.
It's all so brilliant.
But ultimately, what I'm trying to make, you know, just like you've got your pitch, you know, Spotify for the news, mine is Alibaba for the food industry, is what ultimately I'm trying to build.
Oh, that's actually such a cool idea. Sorry,
yeah, it is.
That totally makes sense, actually.
Yeah.
Very
so
cool.
I've been doing this since 2012, kind of creating a niche within the tea world. But ultimately, all I'm doing is building in that vertical first, all of the software, the concepts, the ideology, the marketing, and then easily can transfer, like expand that into all other verticals. But the concept is directly from transparency from the soil to the consumer. and it doesn't mean complete direct trade from the farmer to the consumer. It just means transparency. So there are proxies, there are retailers, there are legitimate businesses that do add value and need to be a part of that supply chain. But our platform requires transparency. That's the only parameter, the only rule that we have, is that you have to be transparent with how your operation works and the distribution of monies, which is a big piece of it.
That makes a lot of sense, honestly. Like, good on you. Has it been going pretty well?
Yeah, it's going pretty well. I'm still surviving. I work on the company completely alone. I didn't always, but I like that I do. Like, we are in the trade of tons and tons of product a year, but like, I like the concept of, like, I call it decentralized entrepreneurship, distributed entrepreneurship.
Muted. Probably
Bitcoin muted
Bitcoin.
me. His name is Bitcoin. He's a cutie. I practice as a framework that I call distributed entrepreneurship, which is like conventional international corporate behaviors and operations, instead of them being owned by one centralized organization like Starbucks. Starbucks is a good example of that. Like, they own everything now, from the farm to the retail service point, which allows for a lot of opaqueness, a lot of corruption. Like, it's fucking corrupt. Starbucks is a fucking corrupt company that is like ruining our planet. But when you have like that same operation that's being done by a network of thousands of small businesses that have, transparency and accountability between one another, corruption and opaqueness is impossible. Like, if someone's getting fucked, like, they're able to say, hey, I don't consent to this. And Starbucks, the farmer can't raise his hand and say, hey, trendy influencer on Instagram, that iced coffee you're drinking is killing my children and raping my soil. Like, they can't do that. It's impossible. But in a decentralized system, they certainly can.
It's interesting. Like, one of the big changes I think that I've seen, at least in the last year, especially, I think, like, highlighted by the pandemic and whatnot, is that I feel like in a way it added like trace or die in society in a lot of ways, and there's a lot more interest and focus and attention paid to like humanness, I suppose is like the word I want to use. I think people are paying a lot more attention to that and caring more than we have before. I'm not sure if it was the pandemic that did it, or if it just was people being locked up and thinking about these things, but perhaps I live in an information bubble right now. I'm just talking to people who feel that way, but it seems like more and more the average person does care about that kind of thing. So, good on you. That's awesome.
Well, something the pandemic has made an effect on that will be, really beneficial for the work that I do is, not only people being more human and just like wanting to be more civilized, or because there could easily be arguments of the other side too, that people have become less human and more of assholes to each other. Like, that is also true. Eric, I see your skepticism getting excited over there.
Things have become like strained in every direction.
Yeah. So I mean, it could be looked at either way, but like something like real and concrete that is happening as an effect of the pandemic is that like the commodity system that we've been like enjoying and taking for granted and enjoying as this like false sense of abundance that like at any time you can go to the store and buy anything that you like we've been in that phase for at least our entire lives. That's never been a question for us, but now it's going to be a fucking question. It's going to be a question either if you're rich or you're poor or you're anything, is that like we're going to have these like really crazy moments of scarcity of things that we've always taken for granted, like black peppercorn or I mean, what was it, boba? They
Vanilla
said,
was one.
Yeah, like these things that we always took for granted, and it's really gonna make us think about those products that we consume a lot deeper, and that's because of the logistics. Like there's a container shortage from China. That thing that happened at the Suez Canal, that was one of the things, but the lockdown in India has kind of shot logistics from India of things that we're normally just cheaply constantly bringing over. But businesses like mine that do high value products, that's not in jeopardy. Those supply chains aren't being challenged in the same ways. So it's kind of an interesting opportunity.
If I may, this is if I may, I think in a lot of ways, what you're trying to do actually could potentially strengthen the resiliency of supply chains. If it becomes more of a cultural narrative where people are aware of how things are sourced, where they're coming from, I think it allows people to choose more sustainable models, but it also gives entire, verticals of logistical transportation the ability to react, not from a single top-down unit, like your Starbucks example, but communities and groups of people can actually, I think, band in and help shortages or help with supplies. I think it has a lot of potential, and frankly, it wasn't possible 30 years ago. What you're trying to do, the advent of the internet, for all of its downsides, it makes things like that completely in the realm of possibility. Mm-hmm. So I'm a techie, if you can't tell.
Yeah, thanks for that. It's true. So yeah, I'm optimistic. So I've got some questions for your company and what you all are doing. It was interesting to hear your pitch. There was some tone of trying to digest what news people are, or try to process what news people are getting and from what source. Was that true? Did I understand that right?
When you say process and digest, do you mean do you mean from a data mining standpoint, or process and digest
Yeah, well, basically what I'm trying to ask about is processing of sentiment, because that's been a big issue, is that people's sentiment in their politics have been highly skewed by the mass distribution of news, whether it be fake news or real news. Mm-hmm. Is that something that your company is trying to work on?
That's a super good question. I think I would have to say not directly. So one of the things we're trying to avoid is we're trying to avoid explicitly calling something fake news or something less reliable. I think it's important that people do that. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to make a medium in which someone can access any information. And the hope is that we add in a degree of transparency in there where people or groups can actually share, what they're reading and sourcing, and make it so that someone in a particular vein of thought or perspective is easily able to see a completely alternate point of view. So in terms of processing, we don't at this time, and again that might change depending on how this goes. We don't want to say don't go to this website because it's garbage.
Bitcoin, bad boy.
And hope that just by having the ability to see multiple perspectives, to trust humans to work together, to try to show what good information is and try to suss it out themselves. I think there are actually a lot of cool startups in this space right now. One's called Ground News, where they actually send an email every week with a breakdown of a headline, and it shows which news articles from the left or the right are reporting on it. It's amazing. There will be some headlines completely reported on by one political demographic and completely ignored by the other, and vice versa. And I think when you look at the polarization the country and even the world's been facing lately, how could it not become polarized if people have completely different sets of inputs? Mm-hmm. And the fact that is happening alongside multiple paywalls coming up because journalism needs to make money it makes it harder for people to get out of those bubbles and to get differences in perspective and understand it. I guess for me, like I made a blog post on Medium about it, but one of the things for me, Alex, I'll message about you in here. One of the things for me that really stood out, or like when this really became highlighted, is I have a super diverse family. I've got like every kind of religion and every kind of political orientation that you can imagine in my family, and we had this tradition of having like large family gatherings all the time. So we'd have like, to this day, like MAGA touting conservatives and like absolute like foaming at the mouth like liberals in the same room talking about like hot button issues. Like growing up, that's like the environment I grew up in, which was amazing in a lot of ways. But over the last couple of years, and especially this last year, it became almost impossible to have those dialogues because people couldn't even understand how the other person got to where they were. And I had this experience where I was like, one of my aunts basically was firmly in the camp of Trump won the 2020 election, and then my uncle in a different part of the family was like firmly in the camp that no, he didn't, and lots of arguments ensued, and it was different in that they couldn't find even the ability to talk to each other. They're both successful, like super morally upstanding, college educated, like kind people that will stop and like change your tire on the side of the road, and so I mediated a lot of those conversations, and eventually like my aunt turned to me one day, messaged me and said, if I could get past this paywall, like I would read the article and maybe we would be able to get somewhere. And I read that and I was just like, that's really interesting, actually. And we shared links, we'd done screenshots of the articles, but the friction in accessing the same information completely eroded like a family's ability to have conversation. And so I'll try to like wrap up my long-winded ramble here, but in short, I kind of dropped everything and started working on this idea of like, okay, what if we made it so that anyone can access anything? Like, we're going to still see fake news. There's no getting rid of it. We're still going to see highly politicized or biased opinions on any perspective because that's just how people are. We're a diverse group. But we need the ability to actually talk to each other and understand where another person's coming from if we have any hope of fixing the more important problems in the world. Mm-hmm. So, thanks for the patience and letting me ramble on that.
Oh no, thanks for explaining that. It's really powerful and important, and it's something that like I know I'm in the tea business, but over the past year, in doing the live streaming, like one of the I reference a lot of news articles in my live streaming. I do. It's like very educational. Some people say it's boring, but a lot of people like it.
It's important.
And I like that you reference the dictionary frequently.
Yeah, I'm always referencing the dictionary.
You talk about
referencing
words
definitions.
a lot.
Yeah.
Words matter so much.
They do matter, and a lot of times that's like the difference in understanding each other is like, oh yeah, we just had different definitions in our mind of this very simple word that we always took for granted,
Yeah.
But
oh my gosh,
yeah.
Yes. Like what you just said is so true. I just messaged you all like the Medium post if you want.
Oh,
to take
sweet.
a look at
Please.
it.
Yeah. Thank you. You. I mean, that could be an interesting feature in your product is having like a
thank
built-in
you.
dictionary, in
That's a cool idea.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's just right there.
Point out a word and say like, hey, by the way, this word is like, this word has a very divided opinion about what it means, or it's like a loaded word. That could be an interesting feature for sure.
Yep. I think it's a feature people would like.
Shifting gears, I am so happy that you brought up the thing about people having different understandings of a word. I absolutely emphatically feel that. Like, people can even understand the same dictionary definition and have different perspectives on a word based on their experiences. It's amazing that we can communicate at all. Like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you brought that up. That makes me happy.
That's so civilized
Just
of
made
you,
my day.
Louise, to look up words all the time. That's been an ongoing one.
It's gotta be. And remember, civilized simply means a capacity for politeness. That's all it means.
Right?
I love that, because like that's a loaded word right there. It took me about 2 weeks of streaming for hours to like come to that definition, because people are all like, oh, well, to be civilized is like a city, and that's like, and I was like, well, what is a city? What is a city ultimately? A city is the ability for different people to like be in harmony and to make things work out. How does that work? Well, because we're all freaking polite to each other. That's the only way it works, So
it's the only way it works.
And we all want to be civilized.
It's like the capacity to empathize, was like drowned out through a lot of the. This is like a philosophical tangent, but in a lot of ways, like our capacity and orientation toward like empathy and like the human connection between people, I think was the volume on that was turned down over the last like 50 or 100 years, largely because of industrialization and factorization. We tried to like create, factories where humans were parts in there. And it's just gotten to the point, I think, like as a species and society where we can actually say like, that's not a totally effective way to do things. And in fact, it's in like largely inefficient. Like you get so much further by just treating people as people. Like we're just people being people right now. Like I have my own things, you have your own things. Like we have to be kind to each other. We have to be willing to understand that someone else is having their experience. They got there for whatever reason, whatever their experience is. I think it's important to like understand that to even have a meaningful dialogue. So amen to what you're doing.
Does your product have any features for like discourse among users?
Hey Nick.
Right.
Sorry, while they're talking. Hey Nick.
While they're talking.
I think you're not gonna hear it. Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was like, yes. What?
Oh.
Is it? What? Yeah.
Look, sorry, Nick. Look at the screen. Look.
But I was.
I added color. That's all.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
I really like adding color with like doing a clipping mask and then doing like gouache and then the smudge tool.
Ooh.
Yeah. But using like the smudge tool, like selecting it and making it the gouache brush.
Do you want to step over?
We're nerding out on Procreate.
I'm like, I totally derailed you two. I'm like,
oh, it's
you
all
wanna?
good.
I want to learn more about these tools.
You should. You can animate things in that app too, I think. So.
Yeah. Correct.
I can't wait to do that.
Yeah.
One thing I like is doing the playback. Like it just shows like really everything I've done so far.
Oh, that would be sweet. So you get to see all like I've seen YouTube videos and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I hope at least for all of for people watching your stream that they're not too concerned with the fact we're going from like philosophy and humanness to
no, they're used to it. In fact, they're probably upset that we haven't talked about our bowel movements yet, but we'll get there. Don't worry, chat. Don't worry.
We'll get there. We're
working on it. I also wanted to say that today I was listening to the Savage Lovecast, and a caller called in and was like, you better get you a climber boy. And she's talking about like why. So you like said you're from Seattle and you like mentioned climbing, and it made me think of that.
I love climbing. Climbing's great. It's a good time.
Apparently you guys have great hands. That's what this caller said. So
forearms too. Climbing is a good time if you haven't been. It can be like as intense as you want, or like as chill and like tranquil as you want, which is great. So
cool.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get more tea actually because I'm out of tea. That's not appropriate for a tea channel. And at least we can resume our
yeah, no, I'm very curious to continue that conversation because I asked you a loaded question, but it's a good one.
The short answer is no, not initially.
Yeah.
I think that's a very difficult thing to do, and there's a lot of people that hide behind keyboards and can make conversations extremely unhealthy very quickly. It's like on the roadmap for things we might explore, but we'd have to be very intentional about it. Kind of like how Tobia is intentional about how they allow people to like, I can like click this button and like hide all of our videos.
I'm looking up something relative to this right now. Yeah.
About how to facilitate healthy discourse or what?
Yeah, well, I was just gonna say that I came across a podcast featuring this guy who created a social media app out of one of the Ivy League universities, but it's all anonymous.
Mm-hmm.
But you sign up with your university email, so everybody is a verified like college student, but they can facilitate discourse anonymously.
And
So,
does it speak well of it, or does it speak kind of ill of it, of the anonymous discourse?
I think it would be best to go listen to this guy talk about. I don't want to butcher their app, but no, it speaks very well of it. In that, oftentimes because of the climate in universities, like people can. I mean, I don't go to university, so I don't understand this. That people can often feel like. They don't want to speak their truth or speak their minds on certain matters, and in this, I don't really know about how the user interface works either, but yeah, that kind of made me think of that. Like maybe
I think it's true. Like
there's some kind of other
I'm
type
gonna
of
leave,
model
guys. I'm gonna
that
go
would
walk.
that would
Bye,
work
Kayla.
in
Enjoy your
case.
walk.
Love you
See you later,
guys.
Kayla.
See you soon. Have a good
meeting
weekend.
you. That's
Yeah.
so cool making people like walk away. Yeah, I mean, I think it's valid. Like, there's a degree where anonymity
Yes.
is really, really good because you can feel like you can talk without being persecuted. But it also totally has like the flip side also comes out of that too. Like,
Yeah, you can get trolls and all sorts of that, but I don't know. I would think that people who sign up for an app like that aren't there to troll. They're actually there to engage in civil discourse.
Like one of the things we were thinking about doing to answer like your question at least is not necessarily allowing like direct discourse at least right away, because you'll be able to go to like a news site and there are comment sections there. But the idea was more that if you are able to like have a conversation with somebody, like if I'm arguing with my aunt, I could send her an article that she's not subscribed to, like from behind a news source she's not subscribed to, and she can read it and we can talk about it. Or you can share it to like a group of people and like have everyone look at the same thing and be talking, maybe not with a dictionary, but closer to the same thing, the same source of information. And the hope is to let that help. Eventually we want to have like groups be able to share like what information, like what news sources they're looking at. So like if you have a group of people like this lovely tea group and we're reading some article on the sustainability of tea in certain areas with like climate change, we're reading this article, like we might post that on like our group and say like this is something that we find important or that we're talking about, and then other people can see that group and understand what they're understanding. So that's one way we're thinking about facilitating dialogue, but not like actually, I guess, like hosting it. So
Yeah.
But that might change.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks for the question though. It's a good one. I'm gonna excuse myself briefly and go grab some tea, but it's like right over there. I wonder. I'm plugged into my computer. I can't just see. I'll be right back. 1 second.
Yeah, so Nick, I spent a little bit of time on Clubhouse last week, because they just opened the Android app, so
Oh, really?
I can access it now, and
Yeah, I noticed that you were on there. I was like, huh, how did that happen? So you spent some time on there, huh?
Yeah, I spent some time on there, and it's nothing has like seriously engaged me, but there's one room, and it's a room that's running 24/7. It's called Israelis Meet Palestinians, and there's rules to it. So like anybody is welcome to speak, and there's like anytime that I've been in there's been over 700 people in the room, so it's a very populated space. And they will allow anybody to go on stage. Everybody gets their turn, and they give different amounts of time to different people. So like if you are like currently in Israel or Palestine, which I don't think Palestinians would even be able to access the app, but if you currently are in there, you get like the most amount of time. to speak, because it's like, and you're just supposed to speak your story. Like there's no political, you know, you can just share your story, share your experience, and then if you are like somebody who has left Israel or Palestine, you get a certain amount of time. But if you're completely not having any direct experience, you still have time, but you're only given like a minute on stage, and that's like enough time to like ask a question. And it's just this continuous cycling of people on the stage to share their stories, and there's not really a debate going on. It's basically like a talking story, which I think is an incredible way to facilitate discourse, facilitate learning. You know, in my Constitution study groups, that was something that I wanted to do starting this year, was host, very similar to what's used in criminal justice. They use restorative justice circles, where they bring together the criminal, the victim, and various stakeholders involved in the crime, involved in the offense. And just like, you know, in the Native American talking circles, each person is given their own time to talk, and it's not really meant to be a place to like point a finger and blame someone. It's more for you to reflect on your own experience, share that, and then as each person has their turn in the circle, there's a lot of learning as far as understanding the full context in which the crime happened. Because, you know, like if this kind of work doesn't happen, of course, the person who committed the crime may have no resolution for themselves and understand how they can like continue their life not doing that again. And then for the victim and those stakeholders, I'm sorry. What was that?
I was gonna say, this is like after everything had occurred, right? After people had been prosecuted and after like judgments had been made.
Yeah, so this usually happens in like the prison system.
So there's not really any like people probably wouldn't get hung up on sharing a detail that might be incriminating.
The statute of limitations is around.
Yeah,
so
no.
Yeah.
And these are events that happen in very intimate, safe spaces as well. Intentionally set to be vulnerable, safe places so that people will truly share their perspectives. And the ultimate goal is just for everybody to understand the context in which the event happened, so that they can like go on with their life, understanding what kind of restorative changes need to happen for them to not have to feel that pain again, or not to have to feel wronged again. So this is like a practice that's been used in criminal justice for the past like 20 years or so, and there's been like immense success seen in like repeat offenders, and then also resolving the victims and their families to be able to move forward in their life without fearing this happening again and again. But most recently, there's been some work around applying this same protocol towards restorative culture. So it's called restorative culture circles. So it's essentially kind of doing the same type of discourse, but there's a protocol, you know, like there's rules, everybody gets their own time to share, and it's a safe, vulnerable place to do that. So that would be something interesting.
That's incredible, yeah.
I'd like to see.
And what was that? What was the name of that room?
Israelis meet Palestinians. Yeah, check it out. It's like if you're ever just like wanting to listen to a podcast or just listen to something, it's a good channel to listen on Clubhouse.
The criminal justice thing you brought up actually reminds me of a movie from like I think the 1950s called Rashomon, and I pulled it up. It's the rape of a bride and the murder of her samurai husband are recalled from the perspectives of a bandit, the bride, the samurai's ghost, and a woodcutter. So it's a movie that like focuses on each person's perspective of this crime that happened, and the complete different story that you get from the different perspectives. It's a really cool movie if you ever are bored and want to check out the full black and white film.
What's it called?
Rashomon. Rashomon. SHOMON. Yeah, it's a good one. But it totally reminded me of what you were just talking about. This necessity to explain experiences.
Was there any kind of resolve in that movie?
Pardon?
Was there any kind of resolve or like resolution in the movie?
No, you never find out what actually happens.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the point is that there should be some resolve, you know, like there should be some awakening and some understanding and some empathy found, even if we are talking about racism or sexism or, you know, one of these like triggering topics that that totally like polarize our communities right now.
I have if I may I shift topics for a second?
Yes.
Yeah. Here's one. Since you two are both wielding tea tables, how do you feel about people describing non-tea as tea?
Mixed feelings. Mixed feelings. I don't normally correct them, but I judge them. No, I don't. I try not to correct them, but I don't normally. But I mean, unless they're like in a more intimate environment and we're drinking tea, I'll try to inform them. But it's weird because I don't think it's in many other cultures other than in English. You know, like tea.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't think they call things
in another language.
We have tisane. Yeah, we have tisane, but it's not widely spread. That word. So I don't know. Maybe Elise can expand. Can tell me if other cultures have that. Because I don't think so.
That's in it.
For all their languages.
I think it's like a North American thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we didn't have a tea culture for so long, and so we kind of thought anything infused in hot water was tea.
I remember when I was first learning about tea, that was one of those things that I just didn't know growing up that I learned about. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then the other one, which again like is probably common knowledge for people who like tea a lot, is that all actual tea, like black tea, oolong, green, white, like they come from the same plant basically.
It's a big plant, but they do.
Yeah, that was one of those things I just didn't know. Like you could have such profoundly different flavors, and like.
Yeah, essentially that's it. But I mean, you can go deeper in saying some of these types of bushes don't make great black tea; they make better green tea. Yeah,
I haven't looked into that actually, but I could totally see that certain like subversions of the plant are like better oriented. It's almost like how old wine comes from grapes, but different varietals of grapes. Is it similar to that?
Yep, exactly.
Oh, cool.
Exactly. Because like you wouldn't make like a different tea out of champagne grapes or something like that. I don't know much. I mean, a different wine. I don't know much about alcohol, so I don't drink. So I'm kind of like other people could talk about that because I don't know anything about it.
Seth, where do you go for tea in Seattle?
The latest place I went to, I picked up a fair amount of tea from Myro Tea, which it's in Ballard, and it's actually quite tasty. And it wasn't bad. They had a good mix of stuff. I think I might go there again for at least like the thing that I'm drinking right now is really delicious. But I'm open to trying other tea places as well. I think you said Floating Leaves was another one.
Yeah, Taiwanese based, but I think their store is like closed because of COVID right now. It's just a small, intimate room with just like one person there. Shi Wen is her name. And then you can just taste the tea because it's a shop. It's not a room where you can order tea. Yeah.
But I'll check it out. I mean, it's in the same area, so I don't see why it wouldn't.
Yeah, it's just still on market. It's on market. Miro is not on market, but it's on market.
Yeah, it's super close. I was looking for a book that I had that you all might be interested in. I appreciate that you're all very flexible in your ability to converse. By the way, that's fun.
Yeah, that's what the tea room is for, right?
Yeah.
Librex was the app that I was mentioning earlier.
Librex.
Yeah. Yeah, I came across the founder Ryan Schiller on a video on how he learned to program and built Librex from scratch. He was on the Lex Friedman podcast.
Librex.
Yeah.
Oh, well, my mom is actually visiting, so I just heard her arrive. So I think I'm gonna take off and go get dinner with her, hosting her tonight. So thank you for all of the conversation, and you'll probably see me back here at some point.
Yeah, come back. We meet
This
on
is a
Mondays
regular
and
thing.
Thursdays. Yeah.
Awesome. Oh, I will say one other thing. This is just something for you to take into your own other, video conference calls. One of my friends, she helps facilitate video calls, and she came up with this thing, or maybe she learned this thing where when you're in a Zoom discussion or any kind of group video chat, people actually were starting to use in my company hand signals so that the person talking could see that somebody else has a point. So basically, it's if you have your hand up, you want to add a new point. See, you have a clarifying question or comment, and if you cross your fingers, you have a direct response. So it's kind of a cool thing to think about if you're ever
Sign language.
a meeting. Yeah, it's like sign language, so that if I'm talking, I can see that one of you might have something to add, or you want to change subjects or respond. We found it to be super useful for our company in the last couple of weeks. So something you might be thinking about trying. Anyway, thank you for letting a random stranger into your discussion. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your evening, and I will talk to you all soon.
All right, goodbye.
This is bye, or this is hi in sign language, and just bye.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See you later.
Yeah. See you later. I think we could do something like that, but we could do it with a series of various farts. I think that would be a really good way.
Oh my god. Who's in your chat?
Maybe Snake Eye. He's the one he's very fart happy. Just kidding. Yeah, man, we've been holding it down here for a while now. I think it might be time.
Yeah.
Nick, we should cook some food too. I just got a haul from the store, so I'm flush with some nice products.
Good. Yeah, I have that food box. It's it was a 2% gallon of milk. It's also good. It's weeks out of expiry, and some cheese, 2 things of butter. It's all conventional stuff, and 2 things of sour cream. What else? Potatoes and onions. A bag of potatoes, bag of onions. A bag of fully cooked chicken patties that are meant to be frozen, I guess.
All right, well maybe we'll cook those tonight. Maybe we'll
yeah, I mean it's probably not the best quality of stuff.
It's okay, free food is free food.
It was free food, yeah, which was cool. Which is really cool.
Too bad
a woman was driving by and had a bunch of boxes in the back of her car and was just going around asking if people wanted them. It's part of an organization.
Cool.
Yeah, too bad it wasn't Girl Scout cookies, because
that free boxes of Girl Scout in your dreams. Oh man, a couple of weeks ago, it was the last day they were selling them on the street. I came across the girls. My homegirls out there hustling.
Did you pick some up?
Yeah.
They're kind of pricey.
They were $5 a box.
They are.
Yeah.
They are.
But so worth it. Going to a good cause. Hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, guys. All right. Yeah, I got a couple phone calls to make and some stuff to do in the meantime. I'm guessing you got to wrap up and then you'll head back to your place and do all that, right?
Yeah. Take your time. But
Cool.
I don't have too much work left to do in the office, so I'll probably just be out of here pretty soon. But I'll be waiting.
Cool.
I'll fly down.
Yeah, come on, Eric. Come on over. You're more than welcome. You know you are.
Yeah.
You always are.
I hope teleportation is a thing in the future.
Oh man, that would be so cool.
Like rapid transit. Like it would be regulated, right? Like you would have to like show your passport at your machine or whatever. It'd be like a bus terminal. You just go down and you just like instant transfer.
It'd be. I mean, I don't know. I kind of like the journey of flying. It really, what it does is it makes me think, oh, I'm someplace different. So I try to reassess not who I am, but where I am. But sometimes, I mean, like 15 hours to Asia, that can be cut down pretty nicely.
Yeah. If there's just like a like 3-minute loading of like your pixels.
Buffering, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
We'd find something to complain about though. Like, oh my god, it took me 2 minutes to load into Asia the other day. Can you? Oh,
Yeah.
what a nightmare.
I mean, even like airplanes, it took me 15 hours to go to Asia. Well, I mean, at least it's not on a boat, you know?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean, just think about it. There are still some communities now, in this day, that like everything, all the infrastructures of their community, everything is set up so that like you're never going to have to travel more than 2 miles away from where you are. Like you don't have access to transportation or anything like that. It's a very different life, you know. It's a very different perspective. Because, yeah, for us, it's like just having the car, and it's like, oh, that's no problem. I'll go here. It's like,
yeah.
Whoa, that's huge. Anyway, Nick, I'll be seeing you soon. Eric, thank you for spending so much time and sharing yourself with the world. Hey, take the offer from Jeremy seriously. I think it would be good for both of y'all.
Maybe. We'll see.
What is the offer?
So Jeremy lives.
I'm driving down.
Yeah, Jeremy lives just like 3 hours east of Eric, and he is going to have to pass through St. Louis. It's on the way. It's totally on the way. And Jeremy mentioned, you know, that he would like company, so it seems to be.
I just can't participate in the driving.
I don't think that's a deal breaker. I don't think that's a deal breaker.
No.
Yeah, as long
he's
as
gonna
you're
be driving regardless.
Yeah, as long as you're a good passenger, you know, just don't be the
I'll
asshole
pay for gas, maybe.
that wants to like control the radio and snore the entire time. Like, don't be that guy.
don't remind me of that ride, Elise.
What? Oh boy. You have a track
Was I snoring though? Was I snoring?
Controlling the radio the entire time?
I don't think I was snoring.
No. That's just my personal pet peeve of like when I go on a road trip with someone. And Nick, you know this firsthand. I hate it when the passenger is just sleeping the entire time because it's like, I wish I could be sleeping the entire time. You got to stay up with me and keep me entertained and keep me awake and aware.
But it was worse with us. I asked to listen to your interview on the radio or on, you know, put it through the speakers. And then I fell asleep right from it. I'm like, oh no.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
I know I have a very soothing voice. It's okay, Eric. Don't worry.
Yes.
I'm not offended.
And plus I was doped up on Xanax, so I didn't have an excuse, but I had a reason. All right.
Okay. Good night.
All right. See you later, Elise. See you later, Eric. I'm going to log off.
Whew. That was a long one. Good session. Anybody here? We got 2 folks here. Let me see if any friends are streaming now. We can go say hello. If not. Oh, Bitcoin.
Jason, did you know Geico could save you hundreds on car insurance?
Oh, Nick is playing music. Oh, Love Yourself Foundation. What's going on here? I've never rated their channel before. And a Gods Unchained player is streaming as well. Oh, yeah, no, this is just... Yeah, let's go raid. He's a new friend. His name is The Spider Show. He talks a lot about cryptocurrency. And he's playing Gods Unchained, which is the game that I started playing a few days ago. I'll tell him how my game went. But thank you all for hanging out for our tea talks. We come here every Thursday. We'll be back next week, and the same silliness will happen again. I'll see you tomorrow night for Best Life Fridays. Have a wonderful rest.